Good afternoon, everyone. This Tuesday, July 30th, 2024 meeting of the Lake Oswego City Council is now called to order. Ms. Linder, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Beck.
Here.
Councillor Winland.
Here.
Councillor Burdick is excused, and Councillor Mboop is on Zoom. Councillors Raff.
Here.
Corrigan. Here. And Afghan.
Here.
Thank you. Now, everyone, will you please stand, remove your hats, and join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we are pleased to start this afternoon with the swearing-in ceremony of our next municipal court judge, the Honorable Sierra Brown. Just to give a little background on Judge Brown before we conduct the swearing-in, Sierra has a long history of being in the legal system prior to being an attorney. She received her law degree from Willamette University College of Law, a decent place, and has a Master's of Arts in Criminal Justice from the University of Nevada. She worked as a juvenile corrections officer in Reno and a social worker with high-risk youth in Reno and Oregon. Most recently, she was with the Metro Law Group as an attorney and managing partner. Sierra has a deep-rooted commitment to Clackamas County, having worked first as a district attorney, a defense attorney, and also as our pro tem municipal judge in Lake Oswego since 2021. Sierra is proud to call Oregon home with her wife, Jacqueline Alarcon, who is also a judge for Multnomah County Circuit Court. Sierra is an avid supporter of women's sports, having played rugby in college and for the University of Nevada. She and Jacqueline are enthusiastic season ticket holders of the Portland Thorns soccer team. So now I'd like to welcome to the front Judge Brown, along with Clackamas County Circuit Court Judge Heather Karabika, to preside over the swearing-in of our next municipal judge.
Can you guys hear me okay? Thanks. Well, thank you all for being here today. Can you guys, I think the mic's working just fine. This is a beautiful new courthouse, by the way. I have not been here in a very long time, and the last time I was here, it was itty-bitty, and we were in a different building just a block or so away. Anyway, I am Heather Karabika. I'm one of the circuit court judges here in Clackamas County. And I have the pleasure of introducing you to Sierra Brown, which you guys already know Sierra Brown, and I know she's been hanging out here at the courthouse for quite some time. You told me how many years now you've been in? A decade here in Lake Oswego. So I'm probably not telling you folks anything you don't already know about Sierra, but I'm gonna break out my two-page speech. Sorry about that. She is what I would call very innovative and a go-getter. And if you don't know that about Sierra, you will soon. When I met her, she was a new law clerk at the district attorney's office. She was prosecuting misdemeanors and had so much potential. And I think Scott Healy's here somewhere, but he didn't hire her, and he probably should have. I think there wasn't any openings at the time, and so she got snatched up by our defense contract and became one of our defense attorneys in Clackamas County Circuit Court. Her history with working with juveniles and vulnerable people and foster families was a really great starting point, I think, for her to become a defense attorney in circuit court because so many of them have been through a lot of situations in a lot of vulnerable places. And so Sierra started out working as one of our very busy defense attorneys. And some people might have just gotten into that job and said, well, I've done enough. I'm hanging out my shingle. I'm going to have clients. I'm going to have to meet with folks at the jail. I'm going to have to meet with witnesses. I'm going to have to send out subpoenas. I'm going to have to run a business. But this woman was like, nope, I'm going to start my own law firm. I'm going to bring in young people from the law school. I'm going to bring in mentors or be a mentor to new lawyers. And one of them is here today, by the way. So she started this amazing mentorship in addition to starting out as a new lawyer. And that is very hard, by the way. I did this job myself, and it is hard work. But that wasn't enough for Sierra because she's Sierra. And she then decided, well, I want to see what else is out there in the world for me. And then she started joining Oregon City, I think you did, work with Oregon City, you've done work with Lake Oswego, you've done work with West Lynn, probably Gladstone, maybe Happy Valley, and definitely Beaverton. So she is well known across the state now as being kind of a wonderful advocate for her clients and a wonderful person. And I want to tell you a little bit about what she did in Clackamas County Circuit Court, which was so groundbreaking. When she became a defense attorney, there was a sharp increase in the number of people struggling with mental illness at the intersection of the criminal justice system. And I dare say would call it a crisis. And she saw what was a very unfortunate development of circumstances where clients were sitting in custody waiting for months and months and months to be seen by the help that they needed, to get the help that they needed to get their cases back on track. And Sierra said, you know what, I'm gonna be the face of the future. I'm gonna look into fixing this. And so she partnered with other counties to figure out a way to rapidly evaluate folks and get them seen right away and get them treated right away and then get them in a hospital bed instead of a jail bed. And I can't oversell how important that was for Clackamas County because we desperately needed that. And she has helped so many people get to the place where they needed to get. And she had to get buy-in from everybody, the prosecutor's office, Oregon Public Defense Services. She had to get buy-in from the courts. She had to get buy-in from the jail. She had to get buy-in from everybody. And she didn't see any of these as barriers to moving forward. She was just going to fix it. And I can't say that you fixed the whole system because it's very messed up, but she has done an amazing amount of work for her clients and for the folks in Clackamas County. And I can't thank you enough because I have seen the successes that she has been able to create over the 5 years, but I've been able to work with her in our mental health court and with our aid and assist population. So in addition to that, she also takes time to work with Basic Rights Oregon. She also volunteers with Ogala and other causes. She has never shied away from a task, no matter how mundane or important. She always stands out in a room and is the one willing to get her hands dirty or do the work without complaint, without recognition, without needing to be told or thanked. She is one of the few attorneys that I know in our county's relatively small legal community who is highly respected and revered by prosecutors, law enforcement, the jail, members of our mental health community, and the courts. She's on everybody's speed dial when issues about mental health come up. She has a backstage pass to the jail, which I'm not sure everybody really appreciates, but she doesn't work there, but she is instrumental in getting in to see clients that are vulnerable, that the jail knows they can call her when they need to. They do call her quite frequently, in fact. And so I think what I'm trying to share with you is that she is an amazing human that brings to the table amazing skills for your court. Because all of these things leading up to now, her tirelessness, her dedication will work for better outcomes for those people that come in front of this court, regardless of where they come from. She will meet people where they are. She will understand the context in which they are living in, which we are in a difficult time right now. In addition to possessing the normal traits that you would normally see and want in a judge, like impartiality, good temperament, legal acumen, and patience, you also need to be compassionate, caring, fair, reasonable, and respectful. And Sierra is all of those things. She is also innovative, creative, and incredibly committed. She is married to fellow Judge Jackie Alarcon. She drives an insanely bright yellow Jeep. She has 2 dogs, and you folks in Lake Oswego are lucky to be able to have this amazing human in your orbit, and you will all be better for having the chance to work alongside her and see what amazing things that she can do. In closing, it is fitting to quote Simone Biles today, as the USA competes in the Olympics. Biles has said about herself, "I'm not the next Usain Bolt or Michael Phelps. I am the first Simone Biles." Well, that's what you'll say about your next judge. She is the first Sierra Brown. So congratulations.
Yay.
And with that, we're going to get you sworn in.
Let's do it.
Do you know? Have you memorized?
No, I have not memorized. I didn't know there wasn't homework assigned to me.
All right.
Oh, I have my own copy.
You
That's
do.
lovely. Okay.
Would you raise your right hand, please?
I can't, I'm holding a mic.
I, Sierra Brown, do solemnly swear
I, Sierra Brown, do solemnly swear
that I will support the constitutions and laws of the United States of America
that I will support the constitutions and laws of the United States of America
and the state of Oregon
and the state of Oregon
and the charter and ordinances of the city of Lake Oswego.
and the charter and ordinances of the city of Lake Oswego.
I do solemnly swear I will faithfully and honorably perform the duties
I do solemnly swear I will faithfully and honorably perform the duties
as the municipal judge of the city of Lake Oswego.
as the municipal judge of the city of Lake Oswego.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm going to put the robe on you.
This is Jackie.
In case you didn't know. She took away my blue pen, so apparently I will sign that later and officially be your judge. But thank you everyone for coming out. I appreciate it. This is overwhelming. Mayor, council, thank you. If you haven't heard me speak, this is a surprise for all of you. I either cry or cuss. I don't know which one you're gonna get today. I don't know, big day, probably both. I just wanna thank everyone. Thank you, Judge Carabeka. Thank you to my lovely wife, my parents for driving up from Reno. I just appreciate everyone being here, so I'm gonna stop before I cry or cuss. So thank you for everything.
Okay. Judge Shepley, come on up. We're going to take some time to also honor our outgoing judge. Come on up here. Come on up. Stand next to me. The Honorable William Bruce Shepley has been the presiding judge of the Lake Oswego Municipal Court for the last 19 years. Judge Shepley has moved through his years of service with honesty and integrity, all while upholding the laws of the city. Judge Shepley will now be enjoying his time in retirement with his wife, Nisa, his two dogs. It's a common theme here amongst, I have 2 dogs, you have 2 dogs, you have 2 dogs, everyone's got 2 dogs, and fishing. The city council and our community, we put a lot of trust in our municipal court judge to exercise their discretion in a way that creates accountability and equal justice and overall positive outcomes for everyone involved. And you've really lived up to that in a real profound way. You're the only judge I've ever known here. And we're wishing you really all the best in your years of retirement. So on behalf of the city council and the community, we extend our gratitude for the many years of excellent service. You will be missed. We thank you and we really appreciate your dedication to the community. Thank you, sir. Would you like to say some words? Oh, we're going.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone. Over the years, I've read about the people that received this distinguished award, and I'm always quite amazed at the things that they do. I'm sure I may have lived up to that on occasion, but I greatly appreciate the award. I've always considered it a real honor to be the municipal judge here in Lake Oswego, and throughout the years, I've been very fortunate to have had the support of great court staff, especially the current court staff, the very professional Lake Oswego Police Department, which makes a very big difference in the process of being a judge, and as well as the support of this council and councils in the past. I've always felt that they've had my back and allowed me to be a judge as I thought was appropriate under the circumstances. Tomorrow's my last day, by the way, on the bench, and so I hope I don't do anything to make you think twice about presenting this award to me. And finally, I want to congratulate the council on the successor you've named. You've heard enough about Judge Brown. She's going to do great things for the city. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Judge. And we're going to take a recess, and we'll be back around 3:45. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We are back in order. Next item on our agenda is public comment. If you are here to provide public comment and have not already done so, please fill out one of these white slips of paper in the back and hand it to Ms. Linder. You have comments to make about the expanding recycling services. We are going to take those comments later in the agenda when we're talking about that item. But I have one person signed up, Bill Parrish. Come on forward. You'll have 3 minutes to deliver your comments. I think, Bill, you've been here before.
Of course, since I'm the only one.
Nope.
What did I need for? Please don't start the clock till I lay out.
No, don't worry, you're fine. We love props. It's been a while since we've had props. The last prop we had was a toilet plunger.
It was the peg.
Oh, the peg. Yeah. Yes, well, yes.
Left's good.
Yes.
Set my clock here. Oh, do you have a clock set?
Yes, you'll see the timer start with you.
My name is Bill Parrish, and we're residents of Westlake. And I'd like to thank you for doing such a marvelous job of managing the city, first of all. But my comment today pertains to the future of Lake Grove Elementary School. As you know, this is the school district's most valuable property. And I understand your desire to build a community center, yet local communities deserve local schools. They really do. And this push to demolish Lake Grove, I think is bad policy. And interestingly, it's rather discriminatory too, because Lake Grove is the most economically diverse community in Lake Oswego, in the Lake Oswego area. And you might ask yourself, what is diversity? If you live in a multi-million-dollar home in Forest Hills, high income, do you really get to count yourself as contributing to diversity if there's no economic test? So if you believe there should be an economic test, demolishing Lake Grove is just not good government policy. Again, kids deserve local schools rather than being bused to uplands. And what's also interesting is there's significant low-income housing going in on Boone's Ferry due to the governor's initiative, and that kind of undermines her goals also. On the financial side of things, it's also probably not good government policy because this is this district's most valuable asset, and they have a large unfunded pension liability to teachers, which is a sacred obligation, right? And they also have PERS side accounts, which is another obligation. And so entering into some kind of leasing deal that ties up this property will essentially transfer probably over $10 million to the city. And it's really, simply put, an illegal transfer. The city and district can negotiate many things, but transferring assets like that from the school district to the city is just not appropriate. And if you think that's an odd comment, look what's happening at West Lynn right now. There's a court trial that's going to begin on August 12th over the Oplander property, in which it's a school district property, and they had a deal with the city. The city was going to buy it, and they were going to make it a park. They got an appraisal, $10 million property. They appraised it at $120,000. So the city wants that property for $120,000. And the city, of course, can later sell it to developers if the voters approve it. So anyway, it starts on August 12th. It's a big deal in West Lynn. If you haven't heard about it, it might be interesting to look at. And also I want to highlight, you've got a beautiful community center just north of Lake Oswego. It's called PCC. So I brought a few things here. It's an amazing resource, beautiful track, beautiful performing arts center. And what I'll do is I'll draft a letter from Mayor Buck to the school district suggesting that maybe Lake Grove really should be rebuilt and prioritized over Forest Hills, and he can do with it whatever he wants. But thank you for the opportunity to present this comment. I think a lot of the school people would probably be better served by coming here to make comments rather than the school board, because honestly, it's the city of Lake Oswego that's pushing this, right? I mean, you guys are the economic power behind this, and the school board is just completely not prepared or able to really manage this kind of transaction, demolishing a great school.
Thank you. Your
making it a
time is
community
up.
center.
We appreciate you coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to provide public comment? All right. We're going to move on to the consent agenda, which includes items 6.1, which is Resolution 24-34. This is a resolution nominating a representative for appointment to the Clackamas County Library District Advisory Committee, and item 6.2, which is approval of meeting minutes from June 18th. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Thanks, Councilor Mboop. All right, moved by Councilor Mboop and seconded by Councilor Windland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Okay, next up, we have council business item 8.1, consideration of resolution 24-35. This is a resolution of the city council adopting the Lake Oswego Public Art Master Plan. And joining us this evening, we have Jan Wirtz, our Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation, Nicole Nathan, the Executive Director of the Arts Council, and Amanda Rawson with Arts Build Community. Welcome to you all.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Buck and members of the City Council. My name is Jan Wirtz, and I'm the Deputy Director of Recreation and Adult Services with Lake Oswego Parks and Recreation. I'm here today to introduce Nicole Nathan, the Executive Director of Arts Council of Lake Oswego, and Amanda Rawson from Art Builds Community. And they will be speaking about the updated Public Art Master Plan to seek your approval for its adoption. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to your diligent work on the Public Art Master Plan and for your unwavering support in providing public art for our community. Your commitment to enhancing the cultural and aesthetic vibrancy of our city is truly commendable. Upon completion of the Public Art Master Plan and Public Art Guidelines presentation and discussion, I will update council and the audience here with us today with information about Lake Oswego Recreation and Aquatic Center, the LDAC, the status on art selection, and the committee work.
Thank you so much for your time today, everyone, and for the opportunity to present the 24 through 29 Public Art Master Plan. I'm happy to be here today along with Jan Wirtz, ACLO's City Liaison from Parks and Recreation, and Amanda Rawson from our consultant team at Art Builds Community.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. As mentioned, my name is Amanda Rawson. I am a partner with Art Builds Community, a public art consultant firm located in San Jose, California. Our team, as you can see here, Barbara Goldstein and Quinn Mainuin, and myself have had the pleasure to work with the Arts Council of Lake Oswego to develop the Public Art Master Plan.
Lake Oswego's 24 through 29 Public Art Master Plan is an update to the previous 2016 and 2011 plans. Many accomplishments from the 16 through 21 plan have been realized by ACLO and the city. Working together, we have continued our Gallery Without Walls and People's Choice programs, commissioned and installed 2 significant permanent sculptures by artists of international acclaim who are based right here in the metro area. Flourish by Ed Carpenter, which you see here along Highway 43 in Terwilliger, and The Land Remembers, located just outside council chambers by Indigenous artist Lillian Pitt. 2 signal sculptures were realized, Moon over Lake Oswego on Cruise Way, and the relocation of Lotus Tower near Marylandhurst along 43. ACLO has also completed a reinstallation of artwork in City Hall, including Oswego by artist Leroy Setzel, initiated a changing mural program at City Hall, managed the purchase of No Time by Benjamin Mefford for the ACC, and is continuing to manage the public art process for the LDAC Center. ACLO continues to be guided by the objectives of the 16 through 21 plan, which are to reinforce Lake Oswego's identity as an arts community, continue to establish Lake Oswego as a culturally significant city with a sense of place, enhance the economic development potential across Lake Oswego and its business districts, continue to enrich our built and natural environments through public works of art, promote sustainability through art expression and the processes of producing art, and foster community support for the visual arts. The plan before you today builds upon those objectives and explores additional goals, including promotion of public art education, broadening community involvement, increasing investment in the arts, and expanding the city's art collection.
Our team was brought on as the consultants to work on the Lake Oswego Public Art Plan in January of 2023. And we really started to dive into our work in that January-February time period. We worked with the ACLO's staff to gain an understanding of the current public art program. We also held community engagement opportunities both virtually and in person through focus groups, community meetings, and at the high school with high school senior students. We also had a pop-up at the farmers market. Additionally, a survey was available for community members to provide feedback. Now we are here in July 2024, presenting to you the new Public Art Master Plan.
Here we have the vision and goals for the Public Art Master Plan. Our vision is that public art enhances Lake Oswego's many neighborhoods and its downtown by increasing awareness of the city's history, cultural life, and the surrounding environment. Our goals for the Public Art Master Plan are to expand community engagement with public art, support Lake Oswego's artist community, provide ACLO with clear direction to guide future public art investments, and expand Lake Oswego's art collection and the media it includes. So there are 8 recommendations that came with the Public Art Master Plan. These first 4 will be illustrated by following slides. And each of the recommendations, what you see in the parentheses, is followed by the specific parts of the public art program which they touch. So for instance, number 1, support local and regional artists while remaining attuned to possibilities for exposing the Lake Oswego community to work by nationally and internationally known artists applies not only to Gallery Without Walls, but the Percent for Art program and the permanent collection. So number 2, commission permanent and temporary art in a broader variety of media. Commission artists to develop art that enhances people's experience with nature. And acquire art that promotes a welcoming and inclusive community, represents the diversity of Lake Oswego residents, and tells the story of Lake Oswego's people.
You'll see here a couple of images that speak to the first group of recommendations Nicole shared. So for recommendation 1, artists from Lake Oswego and the surrounding region have a significant role in creating and directing public art in the city. Supporting their growth and engagement will help build the public art program. Simultaneously, ACLO could identify national and international artists whose artwork parallels with exhibitions or themes exhibited by local and regional artists. Some of the ways that this can happen are promote get-togethers among artists, arts patrons, and the larger community, building the local circle of artists and arts lovers to further connect and share ideas and resources. B, consider studio space for an artist residency, also known as an AIR program for artists who work in diverse art forms. An AIR program would encourage artists to explore disciplines and new working methods to create a rich learning environment and develop socially engaging and interactive art experiences in the community. ACLO could build on this program by partnering with groups that are culturally diverse, multi-generational, and diverse in physical abilities to experience the arts. C, sponsor Meet the Artists events for the community, sponsors and donors past, present, and future. Such sponsored events could be an opportunity to integrate educational components into public art programming. And last here is work with the City of Lake Oswego to immediately increase the award to artists in the Gallery Without Walls program from the current amount of $1,000. The award to artists lending their work to Gallery Without Walls is significantly less than similar programs in other cities. The award must be raised to attract artists' interest and willingness to participate.
Number 2 recommendation, commission permanent and temporary art in a broader variety of media. Those images that you see noted for number 2 include some of the different pieces that are possibilities. While Lake Oswego's public art has primarily taken the form of changing and permanent sculptures or smaller scale indoor artworks in traditional media such as prints, small sculptures, and paintings, there are many opportunities to expand art forms as the program continues to evolve. Temporary artworks are a particularly effective way to support artists who work in different kinds of disciplines, genres, and media, as well as test new locations for public art. And examples include commissioning multimedia and new media art as part of Gallery Without Walls. You can see our first Gallery Without Walls digital artwork, Supernatural Delight, by Raffaele Cohen Bakri. It's located at the Arts Council. This has allowed us to see how new media can incorporate into the program while also allowing us to learn what the challenges are that it presents. Collaborate with Parks and Rec to commission temporary and interactive art in the parks, the Recreation and Aquatic Center, ACC, and along the Willamette, offering a fresh view of the water. Commission functional art such as wayfinding, seating, lighting, trash cans, electrical boxes, crosswalks, bike racks in neighborhood gathering places and retail areas. And commission things like murals on blank walls, particularly at either entries to neighborhoods or retail areas, like the Sherwin-Williams Starbucks area on Boone's Ferry or the wall behind Dang's. Murals can be impactful, engaging, and welcome people to neighborhoods and reinforce community pride. Murals should be considered temporary, with lifespans of no more than 5 years to keep both the work fresh and to provide more opportunities for artists to exhibit their work within the public realm.
When looking at the images for recommendation 3, you'll see them on the right side. Including art at trailheads, along trails, and inside parks could encourage people to explore Lake Oswego's parks, waterways, and trails. This can happen by placing temporary and permanent art in parks, at the trailheads, and at trails to encourage exploration and to convey information about the natural world.
For recommendation 4, acquiring art that promotes a welcoming and inclusive community and tells the story of Lake Oswego, we know that Lake Oswego is the largest city and the most urban part of Clackamas County, and is home to people of many different cultural backgrounds, including Indigenous, Hispanic, African American, and Asian, and includes many new immigrants. ACLO's work on behalf of the city supports the City and Council's 2024 goal to foster a welcoming and inclusive community where all people have the opportunity to thrive and have equitable access to city services. Examples of how this can be realized: we can explore history through public art, commission permanent artworks that acknowledge the whole story of Lake Oswego by including accounts of historically underrepresented communities, inviting artists from a variety of cultural backgrounds and disciplines to explore the history of Lake Oswego, and for those artists to share artworks at celebrations in public spaces. We will continue our partnerships and seek out new ones with existing events in Lake Oswego, including Juneteenth, AAPI Month, as well as community-led celebrations like Lunar New Year and Pride.
The following are the last 4 recommendations that you'll find in the plan. So number 5, build opportunities for more public engagement in educational programs that support Lake Oswego's public art program. Number 6, move ACLO's contract into the city manager's office and strengthen partnerships with departments including community development, public works, redevelopment agency, and parks and recreation. Number 7, expand the reach of public art through partnerships. And number 8, update public art policies, procedures, and guidelines to reflect national best practices. I'm going to speak on those images that are labeled number 5. So public art can build understanding and bring people together. Including an educational element in the public art program could help inspire community conversations, support for artists, and increase engagement, investment and appreciation for the arts generally. It can promote partnerships between local youths and professional artists, designers, and fabricators to design temporary projects for display in local businesses and outdoor public spaces. It can include Meet the Artist events into the development of all public artworks. Engage community members in the varied aspects of public art development. Develop public art audio tours to illuminate the stories of artists and the artworks they create. Update the online map of Lake Oswego's permanent public art collection and link it to Public Art Archive. install consistent labels for all public artworks in the city's collection, and develop a docent internship training program for local youth interested in the arts.
In terms of recommendation 6, moving ACLO's contract into the city manager's office, public art can contribute to the aesthetics of a lot of different projects that the city looks at and oversees, including buildings, parks, and infrastructure. As the public art program grows and matures, placing it in the city manager's office ensures a larger vision for the program and provides it with the support it needs. Locating the program in the city manager's office also increases opportunities for ACLO to collaborate across departments. In conversations with the city manager, this transition we anticipate would take place between now and the end of the year.
For recommendation 7, there are many opportunities that embed the arts in the work of other organizations. ACLO can partner with the Lake Oswego Heritage Council and Lake Oswego Preservation Society to develop history-based artworks, with the library to create exhibitions of local and regional artists, and with the Lake Oswego School District to build educational programming. Continuing to expand relationships with LO for Love, Lakewood Center for the Arts, the Oswego Heritage Council, and Respond to Racism will ensure the breadth and depth of cultural expression in new artworks. Cultivating relationships with neighborhood associations can bolster the inclusion of professional artists in neighborhood enhancement grant-funded projects.
Lastly, for recommendation 8, update public art policies, procedures, and guidelines to reflect national best practices. This helps inform the acquisition and maintenance of the city's art collection and to reflect ACLO's role as the city's nonprofit public art management organization. It simplifies and makes more efficient the guidelines which govern the program. So some of the items that you see in the PAMP appendices, and this is one of them, and it is a map, and then we'll also take a look at the implementation plan and a work plan. So what we see here is a map showing potential locations and opportunities for public art, and where community members expressed a desire to see and experience art, including neighborhoods, parks, and business areas. Some of the top noted areas where public art is lacking include the Mountain Park neighborhood and Monroe Business District. These opportunities could include everything from commissioning permanent and temporary art in different kinds of media, new media as part of Gallery Without Walls, functional art such as wayfinding or lighting or items along different trails, or in the retail areas and neighborhood gathering places. Another location is the Foothills Industrial Area, where opportunities around multimedia and new media as part of Gallery Without Walls or functional art or murals could be included. This is a special location due to both the industrial history and nature of the area and the proximity to the river. With this being an area of development in the future, public art in conjunction with, for instance, the wastewater treatment plant is an opportunity really ripe with possibility. The Willamette River Trail, which spans Foothills, Roar, and George Rogers Park, is an exciting spot for work that enhances people's experience with nature. Visual, sound-based, or poetry artworks could talk about everything from the plants and animals you would find along the river to the peoples who have called the river home. Artists from diverse backgrounds could create and share artworks at celebrations in public spaces, at concerts, events, and programs like the Car and Boat Show, concerts that happen at Foothills, the July 4th Pancake Breakfast, and many other things. Additional possibilities include the extensive trail network throughout the city. These can be small and quiet to expansive and episodic. And additional business districts like Westlake, Boone's Ferry, of course, Palisades, also contribute, as well as the Pilkington industrial areas.
Also included in the Public Art Master Plan is an implementation plan, noting the recommendations and associated tasks and proposed timeline of when these would take place. You can see here, for example, the recommendation on the bottom left build opportunities for more public engagement in educational programs that support Lake Oswego's public art program. And to the right of it, the task listed include Meet the Artist events and develop public art audio tours. Meet the Artist is set for the short term, 1 to 3 years, which you can see in blue, and audio tours are mid-term, 3 to 5 years, located in the green. Also included in the PAMP is a biennial work plan, a document prepared by Arts Council of Lake Oswego staff and reviewed and approved by Lake Oswego City Council that articulates funding sources, budgets, locations, goals, artwork acquisition, methods, and maintenance requirements for works of art. ACLO plans for this work plan to align with the city's budget cycle, which would be in preparation for the 2025-2027 years. This will help forecast what happens annually, new projects and budgets, i.e. a % for art project, special conservation projects for the collection, and any community-based projects and budgets.
The previous slides show just some of the updates and changes, including in the PAMP. Also included are revamped public art guidelines. The guidelines have been around in some shape or form for a number of years, and this provided the opportunity to not only streamline and remove any redundancies, but to provide continued clarity and accurately reflect our roles in the program. This iteration of the guidelines have been carefully reviewed by a number of different folks, the city manager and city attorney, over 2+ rounds, as well as by city staff. Everyone here, the mayor and council members, also provided comments and recommendations on both the guidelines and PAMP. The suggestions and input were really helpful, and we appreciate the time from everyone to be able to get us to where we are now. And thank you very much for all that time and effort. What we have before us is a set of guidelines with checks and balances, clearly defined roles and responsibilities, and direction and recommendations which will assist future council members, city staff, and ACLO board and staff, along with everyone who's working with it currently. A couple highlights of the changes include roles and responsibilities for each party as defined in Section 2. Mayor and city council have specific roles, ACLO board, the Public Art Committee, and ACLO staff, as well as city staff. These will help everyone know who's responsible for what, when, and how we work together. Another highlight is art selection criteria for Gallery Without Walls and % for art are the same. There's one set of criteria for all city projects. The criteria previously were close, but they were not exact mirrors of each other. So now, no matter what type of project it is, what comes into the city is evaluated the very same way. With % for art projects, these will have additional specific project goals, which inform and shape the types of art, but this builds upon that already existing criteria. So for instance, the LORAC project has specific goals around accessibility, addressing all types of abilities, in addition to those things in section 5.1.2. In addition to having specificity about roles, the mayor and city council also have expanded duties and abilities to participate in process. For example, as part of % for art projects, the selection committee composition now includes a city council liaison, which is noted in section 10.8, in addition to city staff. This is an opportunity for the whole of council to be represented during the selection process, to offer input and participate. Another touch point for council includes the provision that during the approval process, section 10.11, if the construction cost of a particular project is over 30 million, which most are, the selection committee provides a report to council prior to any contracting with artists and considers that feedback provided by council. And in general, if desired or requested by ACLO, mayor and city council can participate as observers in artist selection and/or review of art projects. The remainder of the sections 3 through 9, really have stayed the same in the current version. The order has been moved around a little bit, and small revisions to ensure clarity and eliminate redundancies have been made. And all in all, we have a really solid set of guidelines before us which provide careful consideration, improved processes, and new ways of thinking about art. So at this point, we thank you for your time and open it up to questions. And thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate all the good work that you and the Arts Council, your board, have put in. Your partner here, thank you, Amanda, for your work, your organization's work on all this, and of course the Parks Department, then our public art, or the Public Art Committee as well, and then all the community members who gave their input. Everyone, there's been obviously, we started this almost 2 years ago, so lots of input. We've had lots of input, so we might not have a lot of comments, I don't know, because we've given us such a good opportunity to provide comments.
Okay,
along the
we're
way.
done.
Yeah, that's very, very good. So as we go forward with the new, which is great, this plan with the budget and all of that, and we'll have the budget coming up in the spring. So that would be the next step as part of now taking this public art master plan, and you'll kind of work with the Public Art Committee to prioritize action items, budget, and we'll see that again in the spring. Great. Does anyone have any questions, comments, Councilwoman?
I just want to call out the Arts Council. They're the volunteer part of this whole group, and many of them are sitting here in the audience tonight. And I just want to acknowledge all your wisdom and passion for the arts and all your volunteer time. I don't think people realize that all the artwork that is sitting outside 365 days a year gets abused by the Oregon elements. And we have lots of volunteers that go out and help to make sure that it is bright, shiny, and clean for everyone to enjoy. And it's hard work, and it's technical work as well. They just don't take a power washer and clean things. So they're a very talented group as well as a passionate group. And I just wanted to thank them all for their service and also for everything that has been done. Nicole, I mean, it's been a long process for you to get all this stuff. I appreciated the process that we went through, and everybody has an opinion, and I don't know if everything got totally changed or nuanced in there because there's a city of many opinions. So, but I think we've reached a good place. So I'm in full support, and I think that we should
Thanks, Councilor Woodland. Yes. Councilor Afghan.
Mr. Mayor, ditto what my colleague said. The council doing an awesome job. I've been in this town for over 30 years, and all of those pieces intrigue me, and I want to know who did it, why did it, and why you selected it, and why you put it in that specific location. And never, ever I raised an eyebrow with why is this here? Who made that decision? I also wanted to give a shout out to the city manager, Bennett, who was actively involved in the public art guidelines and providing feedback. Thank you very much.
Very good. Okay. No, Councilor Gordon.
I just want to say I was really happy to see the plans to connect with the neighborhood associations. And that you're also targeting areas where there's art hasn't really happened yet, because that's what I hear about. People talk to me about, why can't we have more art? Why don't we have art here? So grateful that you have plans to make that happen, because you guys do a great job and people just want more of it. So thank you very much.
Right. I like too that as we have been hearing that for so long, and everyone was so fixated on the sculptures. But the sculptures are so difficult, to find the location and to site them. And even when we redesign Lake Grove, it's all around the sculptures. We're going to have the sculptures. So I really appreciate these other mediums, because there's ways, it's great. The sculptures can kind of be more unique to, and there's other forms of art that we can, put elsewhere that might be more accessible and not as liability prone as these sculptures, even though we do love the sculptures too.
Yeah, the functional art part, I think we've, many of us were in Washington, D.C., and we saw some great examples of that. We've been in other towns, and I think that's kind of puts a flavor and I don't know, it's kind of the unique and cleverness of what people are doing with that to, I know we don't want to talk about garbage cans, but that was a really neat garbage can that you had in the you know, and it made it more interesting. And it was just one of those things that people have a better appreciation for creativity, cleverness, and applying it to things that they really use every day. And so it brings I think there's all kinds of opportunity. So to what the mayor said, I think there's lots of mediums that you can use that'll be fun, so.
Now, are we going to, can I just thank you for that, Councilor Winland. Are we going to adopt this resolution and then hear about the LORAC? Is that what you want? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
Move to adopt Resolution 24-35.
Second.
All right, a motion made by Councilor Winland, seconded by Councilor Corrigan. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All right, any opposed? Our motion passes 7-0. Okay, thank you.
Nicole,
And,
can I
Thank you.
switch with you?
Yes. We're going to do a little switcheroo.
Okay, switcheroo.
Thank you, Council and Mayor Buck. All right, what we've all been waiting for, suspension. Here we go. Art Selection Committee. First of all, just a little brief background on the percent. This is part of the Percent for Art program. And so when the Lake Oswego Recreation Aquatic Center was first designed and the concepts came in, the notion is to do a calculation on how much percentage will go towards the art itself, the purchase of the art, and then the maintenance of the art. And so for this project, as you know, there was a golf course renovation and also the old clubhouse, which is now Oswego Hall. So that was also part of the formulation of the funding for the project, which totaled $133,314.46. And out of that, the 1% is, that was the 1%, and then the 0.5% is the $66,657.23. So once the Arts Council formulated the committee, I'd like to do a little shout out to them. There's a very diverse group. Obviously, there's members of the Public Art Committee, and that's Manjo Bhatia, Shane Kucera, Lauren O'Neill, Nan Robertson, and then from the Palisades Neighborhood Association, Dr. Rachel Rittman, and some architects from SEA, and that's Scott Edwards and Associates, Jennifer Marsick and Kara Grothen, and they both have been attending the meetings. And then from the school district, Tony Vanderberg, he's the project manager for the school district as well on the project. And then from Arts Council, Nora Crean. And the selection committee has met 12 times beginning July of '23, and the meetings have produced decisions and outcomes for the selection of several art pieces for the LORAC that's currently under construction, and then there's one more external selection that's in process. So the first art selection was made even before we broke ground on the project, and that was Going for Your Vision. And this is a People's Choice Award winner in 2006. And as you know, this piece was moved when the Flourish came about as the Gateway project. So the sculpture, as we said, the project itself, what are the goals? It represents, action and activity and making your dreams come true for the project. So we put that right out in front and center right here at the entrance, the main entrance of the building. So that'll be going in fairly soon because that part of the building is coming along very well. Then the next art selection that was made was a part of a donation from the family from Mishihiro Kusuge. And these sculptures are now over at the Fur Lane property being stored, but they're a composite of pieces that explore interaction between nature and shape and form. And this donation will be along the pathway of from Stafford up into the building. I can't quite get it exactly where they're going to be quite yet. That will be the work of ACL and the selection committee to kind of place those. But this is a rendering, and of course, there aren't very many trees right now, but there will be at someday in the future. And those pieces will be kind of along the pathway and kind of guiding people up that way and giving some interest to the project. The third piece was also a donation that was fortunate for us. Hank Nelson, the artist, is a well-known Northwest artist out of up north in the islands, and he is actually deceased now, but he, as part of his collection, which there are many, the family had donated this piece to the arts collection. And this sculpture is called Deborah in Motion, which again, it's abstract, and it kind of meets the criteria of action, activity, dance, joyful spirit, things like that, that will come along with the project as well. And then this piece will be situated in front of the natatorium entrance, where there'll be like swim meets and things like that. So there'll be a separate entrance when we have large gatherings as well. So kind of when you think about it, it'll have, you go up the pathway from Stafford, and then you kind of turn to the right as you're going to come into the building, and you'll see more artwork. So then, after this piece was provided, we did a RFP for an interior piece, and it's a mural, and there were 3 different artists that had sent in their concepts for this particular area. And the artist that was selected by the committee was Davy Barnwell, and she's been very, I would say she's participated in a lot of different activities with the Arts Council. And so this particular piece, she was inspired by the city and district kind of providing a dynamic and accessible area for play and movement and sensory swim and things like that. So it has some movement with representing water and nature and different types of flora and fauna as well. And that's where that will be in the hallway. As you turn from the lobby, you're going towards the left, where you'll go down the hall. There's some restrooms on the left, and then into the gym. And then on the right is the cardio workout room. So that'll be a very key piece that will kind of help brighten and lighten up that whole hallway area. And then just a quick overview of kind of where these pieces are situated along interior and exterior. And you can kind of see how they're spread along the whole project. And then we have one more future sculpture to select, which the Art Selection Committee will be meeting again next month in August, very soon. And we'll decide the criteria again to be able to kind of have a wayfinding piece that will be on the edge of sort of what we call the plaza and the patio of the area. So, any questions about the art that's being selected so far?
I don't know. Thank you so much for the update. It's great. I love the mural. And do you have, are there members of the selection committee here?
Yes.
Yes,
Dan is here. Here's
Thank you
Dan.
all for your work in this process. And it's great, really. And it's great we can leverage these donated pieces.
Really helps with the project.
Good home for them. you know, it's very nice, especially that tribute to the man's wife, you know, it's very nice. Does anyone have any questions? No? No? I think, yeah, do with everyone, yes. We really appreciate the update
Thank
and
you.
the good work, and to the community members helping, thank you very much.
Thank
It's
you.
great.
Thank you so much. And just in closing, I want to say thank you again for the approval. And it'll be really interesting to see what positive impact the public art master plan and the LORAC art will have for the community.
Right.
So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wertz. Thank you, Ms. Nathan.
Thank you.
We appreciate your good work. Thank you. Get that LORAC done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, they built the swim pool at the Olympics in 32 days, I think, 38 days. So why is it taking
They
us so
used an
long?
existing pool. I just want you all to know, they remodeled an existing pool.
There you go.
And it's twice as long, so just saying, just saying.
The next item on our agenda is a League of Oregon Cities and Clackamas County Coordinating Committee 2025 legislative priorities. We have the Assistant to City Manager, Madison Thiesing, joining us to talk about future legislative session.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for having me this evening. I'm Madison Thiesing, Assistant to the City Manager. My item is brief tonight. We will be going over the League of Oregon Cities priorities for the long legislative session, as well as discussing the C4, which is the Clackamas County Coordinating Committee's priorities related to transportation funding as well. So for background, the League of Oregon Cities adopts priorities in advance of the long session, which we will be entering in for 2025. Those carry through the long session and then the short session. The priorities are they are from their different policy groups that identify the top things that the statewide organization should be focusing on for lobbying, advocacy at the state. Every city is offered the opportunity to put in a vote to pick our top 5 items that we would ask that the league is promoting the most and advocating for. From there, they take the top items, and then that becomes their agenda for the legislative session. So going through it, staff took the opportunity to narrow it down from the long list to 8. And so my hope is for today that we review the 8 to select our final 5 and get council direction on those. You'll see the 5 that were the 8 that were prioritized for council consideration addressed many of our ongoing priorities, which is infrastructure funding, government coordination, avoiding unfunded mandates, providing resources to local decisions, and then opportunities to advance city council goal. Some of the topics that you will see on the top 8 right now are topics that have been addressed in past sessions as well as teed up for 2025. So I just want to highlight the 2025 transportation package is the all-over funding mechanism from ODOT for highways, roads, bridges, all that, to move away from gas tax. That's what the context for that is. Behavioral health enhancements are, as well as the continued addiction policy reform, is in response to Measure 110. Restoration of recreational immunity is from the court cases that we've been following as well. So you'll see hopefully some familiarity of these topics, but this is the hope is that council could give direction on what top 5 you would like to vote for. So if we want to just start there, that might be the best way.
We'd do round robin, maybe. 8 o'clock round robin.
So you just need to remove 3.
So what you did last time that worked really great is you just went one by one and said what your top 5 was, and Madison kept notes, and at the end she told you what you came through. So I think that's probably the best way to go about it.
Round robin.
Why don't we get to use the app that we use during council?
I don't have the clickers here tonight.
That's fancy.
Anthony's gone.
Because Anthony's gone, isn't
It's because Hooper's gone, yeah.
We're going low tech today.
Well, a little, and I appreciate you honing down the broader list, although I did see things on the broader list, I was like, they look pretty relevant to things too, but.
You can add them if you would like.
There was just one in particular, that was community resiliency and climate planning resources, just because I know that's something that we talk about here.
That was actually one of your top 5 priorities 2 years ago.
I know. Yeah. Oh, it was, yeah.
But does the league have to deal with that?
I know. And like the 2025 transportation package and the gas tax to road user fee, like I see that's kind of all part of one, you know. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's
It isn't.
Hate to pick and choose.
It
you know.
It isn't the same priority from the league's perspective.
Yeah, well, clearly, I saw how they laid it out. but
I
mean,
understand what you're saying. It ought to be, but it's not.
Yeah, it's hard to pick between, because I mean, transportation has to be on the list. I mean, if the league is not talking about the transportation package, it's like the top item, you know.
So can I ask a question? What on the list is something that's automatically going to happen in the legislature that doesn't need anything from?
So to be truthful,
League
the
of
league will,
Cities,
I mean, there were 21 priorities on the list. The league will lobby all 21 priorities. So it's not that you're saying something's not going to get lobbied, but when they go into the beginning of the session and they meet with legislators for the first time, they tell the legislature what their top priorities are.
No, my question is, what does the legislature already have as their top priorities that the League of Cities really will not have?
Definitely, we know this is going to be a transportation session.
But it's going to take a lot of lobbying to get the right package, you know.
Oh, I totally understand that, but all I'm saying is that do we need to bring something up on the list that they wouldn't naturally be going after? Or that the legislature is not already going to be addressing? Does that make sense?
Well, I want you guys to pick your top priorities.
Yeah, we'd want them to know
And so, I mean, Councilor Wendland, you do this to me all the time. I really do appreciate this about you, believe it or not. Can you take the 2025 transportation package for granted? Yes, you probably can.
Right.
But do we want the league to think that we don't care about the 2025 transportation package?
The good news is I think that there's 241 cities. I have a feeling it's going to show up on the top 5 for 202 of them, probably.
Right.
The only thing, when I looked at the other, just to, you know, we talked with Chief Burke before around, because I saw the addiction policy reform and behavioral health, and Ms. Ceasing said kind of more around I thought at first it was more in general, but more around the Measure 110 stuff. And we didn't really write any 110 tickets here, or really have any, you know. So I didn't know if that was a real Lake Oswego specific. In some communities, this is like the biggest deal, but it's not as big of a deal.
No, but I agree. The behavioral health enhancements is growing that overall program and investment.
Yeah.
Which is something that we've been working on with our behavioral health unit as well.
Yes, yes. And then I see another like top one as being that the recreational immunity. It's kind of
Yes,
like a
that
must.
to me is probably one of our #1 concerns.
I had
Would you
recreational
agree,
immunity.
City Attorney?
Yeah.
I think both of us sitting on this side of the table would say yes. If you want to keep the trails open in town, we need to have this done.
Yeah, that's like a critical one. I saw that, the transportation, and then the funding for housing production. You know, I know, I mean,
If it was like better structured,
I know,
you know, and not so.
I know.
Right.
It's already, I know we're all concerned about, the bureaucracy of the whole.
I think the concern there is simply that there's been an incredible number of state mandates passed on to communities since 2019, and there's not been any associated or sufficient associated funding that came with it.
Yeah, so if they're going to do it, it would be, it seemed like one, and one that we have talked about, and so I thought, well, that's, you know. And then the building decarbonization, efficiency, and modernization, that's something we've talked a lot about as well. That seemed to be, but for me, I thought that would be
I mean, to me, that's a global issue that, I don't know, that's already on so many lists. I agree with the recreational immunity as being one, infrastructure funding, transportation, and shift of the gas to the road user fee, because those directly affect us as far as getting funding.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can get the gas tax fixed, we might be able to look at funding for our roads.
Critical.
Right,
Yeah.
which is something that we care most, I mean, we care about, I don't think there's anything on the list that we don't care about, but it's where we really feel like somebody can give us a policy that maybe benefits us to do something at the local level, which would be spending money.
You picked the exact same ones I'd prioritize, so.
Look at that.
So say them again.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure, recreational immunity, the transportation, and the road user fee.
You get one more.
I say that's for.
Decarbonization, was that the one?
Okay.
And decarbonization.
Okay.
If you, yes, Joe, I know that's
Give it to Joe.
very happy for Joe.
Counselor Court, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, my list is much the same. A little bit about the full funding and alignment for housing production, how that, what impact that may have on us.
Well,
I mean,
do
is that,
you want to put that one on over the building decarbonization?
Yes.
Okay, look at that.
Okay.
Problem solved.
Okay.
Counselor Afghan? You're quiet over there.
Listening.
Oh.
If I go back to the recent survey we have had, transportation and traffic and housing were number 1 and number 2. So we got to have those two in here. I agree about the amenity, parks and recreation we have. We got to make sure that we're protected. Gas tax, definitely, because that impacts us directly, and we need to maybe provide some electric vehicle chargers.
Or chargers to electrical vehicles. That's better.
Okay, so I think we are aligned on the top 5.
Okay. Our friends abroad, Counselor Burdick?
I concur.
Okay. Counselor Boop?
Me too. Me too.
Look at that. Great job, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're saying full funding alignment for housing production, restoration of recreational immunity, 2025 transportation package, shift from gas tax to user fee, and then infrastructure funding.
Infrastructure.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for bringing these forward.
I will say, have to say, it's one thing to fully fund housing production, it's a whole nother thing to have money that you don't know how it's gonna be used or the right way to be used, so. Just putting that on record.
Yeah.
That was the fastest list that I think we've ever done.
That's great. We're getting
Bravo.
much better, you know?
We don't need the app anymore for goal setting anymore.
We'll still be using the app in January. Unless you guys come in with only 18 to start with and we don't need to vote. Then we'll be done by 10:30.
And now we're going to talk about the C4.
Yes. So attached in your packet as well was the draft, I'm forgetting what we were calling it, the draft legislative priorities related to transportation funding from the Clackamas County Coordinating Committee, which is the group of mayors representing all of Clackamas County. In last long session, we were really successful by having a one voice, one message, which ended up halting tolling at the time. We are hoping to have that same approach moving into this long session of we have shared values and objectives, and every city can have a different approach to that, but we're all saying the same value system as a collective voice going into the legislature. The drafted value statement list was a product that came from the C4 retreat that the mayor had attended in June. It has been wordsmithed to where it is today. C4 will be discussing tomorrow about it as any final edits. And so there might be some word changes still and a little bit of refinement, but the idea is that we could get the council's either nod, yay or nay, of if this is something we want to move forward with supporting as a concept, as well as what the overall values that are listed as well.
Any feedback on the statement?
Great.
Can I just make one comment? And I know that this is probably inappropriate because it's a political comment, or I just want to say that oftentimes we sit here in the dais and have meetings for city councilors, but I've talked to Joe when he has been at these regional meetings for their retreat, the state meetings for their retreats, the mayor's meeting for their retreats, and it's all time-intensive, long weekends that he does out of the goodness of his heart, and he attends all these things. And so it's a lot of time, but I just want to say thank you for representing Lake Oswego in the bigger picture, that we don't have to attend all these events, and you come back with the great information and tell us what we need to consider. So anyway,
Glad
thank
to do
you.
it. Thanks, Councilor. Yeah, we had a good retreat. We put all these together. This was cities, from all over the county, the urban and the rural that came together and put this list. It was a good exercise, and it's really well aligned too with a similar kind of a values statement that JPAC put together. There's alignment around completing, especially around completing the projects, the regionally significant projects that were promised before, getting those done first and foremost. Obviously, in Clackamas, there's a push to fund the Sunrise Corridor, which has been talked about for a long time. There seems to be a lot of folks coalescing around that. It could be through the RUFA dollars, perhaps. Very similar. All communities throughout Clackamas, have a lot of the same concerns that we do around multimodal transportation, more sustainable transportation, safer transportation options, safer roads in general for folks to use. And then, of course, the funding is a big topic, and there's a lot of alignment around going to the road user charge, the RUC, over the gas tax, but also exploring other funding options, and the cities, the county. We have such an important voice in this conversation, because a lot of times you hear the state, they're talking about the big projects, and that's all, or excuse me, ODOT. The big, and because those are their projects, and they focus on the big projects. And it's like, well, that's great. They're important projects. Like if we didn't have the interstate bridge, that would be like a regionally significant problem for us to have. But at the same time, it's not an improvement that's outside the door. That's where we hear a lot of people want sidewalks fixed. They want the roads that they drive most of town to be well taken care of, et cetera. But a lot of times we feel like we're putting all of our eggs into the big project basket, and we got to remember that we have to do, because everyone's paying for it. And if we can't also do the projects that connect people locally in the communities in which they live, then people say, well, what are we getting? And they say, well, look, you got the big bridge. They're like, I don't even drive on the bridge. They say, well, you might have trouble with your packages if we didn't have the bridge. And that's hard to make that connection, So the other piece of it is the public transportation piece. And we've really been advocating to try to, there's going to be a push to expand the state transportation improvement plan, the STIP. The payroll tax that was enacted as part of the last transportation package, to increase that, to provide more funding for that. And we have some connections here, even with the good enhancements that TriMet has made in Lake Oswego. There's still like a gap between downtown and Lake Grove that could be served by just like an intra-city shuttle, but there's currently no funding for that kind of intra-city service, or even helping like what we do now with the ACC. We transport community members from their homes to the ACC, take folks to the food pantry. And so we're providing that, which is great that we can do that we have the funds to do that. But that's something that the transportation dollars really should be supporting, and something that we could expand. And other communities around Clackamas feel the same way. I know they want to also, especially as the population's age, they need better intercity communication, transportation modes, and everything right now has to connect outside the city, which is important too, but sometimes it's just getting a neighbor to the store, and you're not going to take a bus to do that here, because you can't, so anyway, okay. All right, well, sounds good. We'll take back the positive feedback then to the C4 tomorrow night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a little break before the study session. With 5 minutes, we'll be in recess. We're back in order, and we're moving on to item 9.1, which is expanded recycling services. We have our sustainability program manager, Amanda Watson, joining us to present on the topic. But I think we're going to start with, we're going to have presentation and some public comment, and we'll start with a review of that procedure by Ms. Osnick.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Buck, members of the council, and members of the public. This is a somewhat different process, but this is a study session. No decisions are made at study sessions. There's just a presentation, and the council gives feedback. And for this particular item, the mayor and the rest of city council thought it would be helpful to have a public comment process. And so the public comment process is going to begin with a presentation by staff, and that's going to be followed by a presentation from 2 service providers. The mayor will then call people who have signed up to the comment table by their names, and the comments are going to be subject to a time limit of 2 minutes per person. The clock timer lets you know when your time is up by showing a yellow, then a red light, and we are ready for the presentation.
Great, thanks, Ms. Osnick. Good afternoon, Ms. Watson.
Great. Good evening. Is this on? Thanks. Thanks for having me here, Mayor Buck and members of the council. My name is Amanda Watson. I'm the city's sustainability program manager, and I'm here to talk about expanded recycling services. I'm going to start with a little bit of background information about how we regulate solid waste here in Lake Oswego. So there are rules for the state, regional, and local governments in solid waste management. Oregon DEQ enforces statewide waste and recycling laws and standards. So things like our requirement that all cities of over 4,000 people have to provide at least monthly recycling collection to everyone who has garbage service. Metro is our regional solid waste authority, and they set regional waste reduction goals, they set regional service standards, and they regulate operations of solid waste transfer stations and disposal sites. And then local governments, like the city of Lake Oswego, manage collection and hauling of solid waste. And we can, cities can grant permission for companies to provide the service through a franchise or a license. Currently, the city of Lake Oswego has an exclusive franchise agreement for solid waste collection services with Allied Waste of Lake Oswego, owned by Republic Services. The franchise was last renewed in 2022 for a 10-year period. And also, a little bit of background on what we're talking about when we're talking about collection and hauling of solid waste and recyclable materials. So the focus of the presentation today is on recycling, recyclable materials, and that list of recyclable materials that goes into your curbside recycling bin. So you throw a bunch of different materials together in one bin. We call that mixed or commingled recycling. That list is the same across all cities in the Portland metro area. Local governments coordinate with Metro, our regional solid waste authority, on this. So you'll see here, this is the Clackamas County Recycle Guide. This stands in Lake Oswego and Wilsonville and Tualatin and other cities across the county, as well as other counties in the metro region. So 2 things have to be true for a material to go in the curbside recycling bin. Someone has to be willing to buy that material. There has to be a reliable market for a material to be recycled, and then it has to be able to be sorted by the machines at the recycling facility. So there are cases where both of these conditions aren't necessarily met, and for one reason or another, that material may be able to be recycled, but does not go in our recycling bin for curbside collection. A good example of this is plastic bags. There is a market for plastic film, so people are willing to buy plastic film and plastic bags and recycle them. But we can't put it in curbside bins because when it goes to that recycling processing facility, when all those items are mixed together and they need to be sorted out by machines, by our garbage haulers, it gets tangled in that machinery, it stops the whole process, and it's very expensive. So that's one example of a material that can technically be recycled, but is not accepted in our curbside collection programs across the metro region. So just wanted to provide a little bit of context there, because today we're talking about difficult to recycle materials, of which plastic bags are an example, right? They're technically recyclable, but they are difficult to recycle through the commingled program that we have. So just to talk about what are expanded recycling services and why are we talking about them now. The city supports recycling in our city code and programs and through our sustainability goals. And currently, residents have recycling options through their regular curbside collection that's provided by Republic Services, through free drop-off recycling locations, and then through occasional free recycling events that we have, most recently like the one we had for electronics recycling at the Sustainability Resource Fair. So for those items, we're calling them difficult to recycle materials, so things like plastic film, like these plastic clam shell containers, styrofoam and textiles and light bulbs. For these technically recyclable but difficult to recycle items that can't go on the list for curbside collection, they currently have to be disposed of as garbage at the curb, or residents can take them to free drop-off locations for them to be recycled. Some examples of this are that grocery stores take plastic bags, and a couple of them will take the clamshell containers as well. Hardware stores will often accept light bulbs, and recycling centers can take things like, styrofoam. They might have drop-off locations for specific items, so not mixed together, but they may say, we have a bin for styrofoam, and we can take this to a market that will accept it. So recently, some companies have started providing collection services for a fee for these difficult to recycle items, collecting them source separated, so not mixed together, but in separate bags or containers. And some of the examples of these services include services provided by Ridwell and the Recycle Plus service provided by a number of franchised haulers across our region. So this is what I'm talking about when we're talking about expanded recycling services, is these collection services for a fee of difficult to recycle materials. Under our franchise agreement, materials that are not designated as recyclable materials, so materials that are not on that list that we say is okay to put in the mixed curbside collection bin, those are considered solid waste. And so Ridwell's collection of those materials in Lake Oswego, therefore currently violates the exclusive franchise agreement that we have with Republic Services. In March of 2021, the city sent a violation letter to Ridwell notifying them of our exclusive franchise for solid waste collection and asking that they refrain from activities that would put them in violation of the solid waste management ordinance, including offering service to households in Lake Oswego. Ridwell has continued to offer service and now has around 800 customers in Lake Oswego. Other jurisdictions in our region have faced similar situations where Ridwell's operations have come into conflict with existing franchise agreements, and they've handled this in a number of different ways. You'll see in the staff report a number of different approaches that different jurisdictions have taken. I wanted to highlight in particular the approach of Washington County, who worked with their franchised garbage and recycling haulers to develop an optional subscription service for collection of hard-to-recycle materials. This program is called Recycle Plus. So I think it's about 6 haulers, but at least a few of the larger ones, Waste Management, Republic Services, Pride, they worked with county staff. They said, we're going to develop this program that is an optional collection service for this limited list of materials. That was implemented in 2022 in Washington County, and since then a number of other cities and counties in our region have worked with their haulers to offer that same program, Recycle Plus, kind of a standardized set of program rules and prices in their jurisdictions. Our hauler, Republic Services, now offers Recycle Plus service in 8 cities and in unincorporated Washington and Clackamas counties within the framework of the franchise that they have in those jurisdictions. When the city of Lake Oswego renewed Republic Services franchise in 2022, at that time we added in specific exemption language related to difficult to recycle items to enable the city council to decide at a later date whether and how you wanted to provide for expanded collection services. So there was placeholder language to have this conversation that we're having today. So why would we want to consider providing for expanded recycling collection services in Lake Oswego? Some of the items that we're talking about that are difficult to recycle but are recyclable have an environmental benefit if they're recycled. So there's an environmental benefit that we're talking about. This is not always the case, but in many cases there is environmental benefit to be created. Another primary reason is that not all residents can easily access free drop-off locations. So it may not be convenient for folks. They may have to drive a long way, or people may lack access to transportation options or have mobility issues that prevent them from taking the waste that they want to recycle and not have to dispose of at the curb to those free drop-off locations. And then finally, there's market demand for these types of collection services. We've heard a lot from residents that people are concerned about plastic waste and the impacts on the environment. They want to recycle more and keep things out of the landfill. And we have heard that people are willing to pay more for the convenience of a collection service compared to a free drop-off service. I'm going to take a little bit of a detour. Before we discuss our policy options here, I just want to share a little bit of context and information on statewide legislation that is relating to this topic of expanded recycling collection services. So the Recycling Modernization Act, or actually the long version of this law, is the Plastic Pollution and Recycling Modernization Act. It was passed by the Oregon State Legislature in 2021. This is a statewide law that's focused on modernizing Oregon's recycling system. The main goal is to make it easier for people across the state to recycle and put shared responsibility on packaging producers to ensure that recyclable materials are sent to environmentally and socially responsible end markets. So this was passed in 2021, and recycling program changes will begin in July 2025. So some key points that relate to the conversation we're having today are that the Act creates a standardized list of materials that can be recycled statewide, including a list of materials that are suitable to be collected at the curb in that mixed or commingled bin, and a list of recyclables that will be collected through recycling depots, so more of those drop-off locations across the state. This statewide list will go into effect in July of 2025, and at that point, we in the city of Lake Oswego will need to update our recyclable materials list for our franchise to align it with that statewide list. When this law is implemented, some of those difficult to recycle materials we've been talking about will have new depot collection standards across the region. And these depots will have to meet a convenience standards, essentially giving people more accessible and convenient ways to drop off these materials for recycling. The specific items that will be impacted by this are plastic film and expanded polystyrene or styrofoam. So two of these currently difficult to recycle ones we expect to see more depot centers, more free drop-off options across the state for folks to use. In future years, some of the difficult to recycle materials may also be added to the standardized list for curbside collection. So the law creates on-ramps for some of these materials that currently are difficult to recycle to be able to be recycled commingled in the future. Essentially, it's investing in the ability of these recycling processing facilities to recycle things more effectively and recycle more materials. One of those items to note that that we're anticipating could eventually end up being on this list, on the curbside list, is the clamshells, plastic clamshells. So what this means essentially is that the types of items that are currently collected through the expanded recycling services, through these subscription and opt-in programs, that will likely change over time as some of those items may move to the regular curbside program, and others will have more convenient drop-off locations. The kind of big caveat is that this law is still going through rulemaking, so there's a bit of uncertainty here. But currently, DEQ's proposed rules would enable subscription recycling programs to continue. So I'm happy to take questions on this, but I wanted to provide that little bit of context, just that we are expecting some change in those the types of materials that we currently consider difficult to recycle and how they could be recycled in the near future. So moving to our policy options. So there's a number of different policy options for the city to consider related to providing expanded recycling collection services to Lake Oswego residents. The first option, pretty straightforwardly, is to not implement or permit expanded recycling services at this time. We could continue with the current curbside program that's provided through our franchise agreement and the free depot center, free drop-off locations, and any free collection services. So the existing choices that residents have to get rid of these difficult to recycle materials. This option would entail enforcement against Ridwell and any other companies in the future that might be providing that kind of collection service in violation of an exclusive franchise. So staff are not recommending this course of action, namely because we know there's market demand for these subscription services, and council's heard from many Lake Oswego residents who do want to pay for this kind of service through public comment thus far, and I'm sure we'll hear additional comments today. In the next two slides, I want to do a deeper dive on options 2 and 3, which essentially lay out two different ways to regulate the market for expanded recycling collection services. Both of these options, in contrast to option 1, would provide more recycling opportunities in our community. So option 2 would be to regulate expanded recycling service collection through our existing franchise agreement. The city could direct Republic Services, our franchised hauler, to implement the Recycle Plus program as an optional service for residents under the franchise. This would involve amending the solid waste management ordinance administrative rules and adopting rates for the program. It would still be, important to note is that it would still be an optional opt-in service, so there would be no impact on garbage and recycling collection rates for those customers who choose not to participate. They would be two separate programs. Some benefits of this option are that it provides an option for expanded recycling collection services to residents who are willing to pay for it, so it's addressing that market demand. Another benefit is that services would be standardized, so we could ensure through the franchise system that that services are accessible to all residential customers who want it. Another benefit of regulating through the franchise system is that it creates public oversight over cost and fees, because City Council reviews and approves program costs and rates through the annual review process for the franchise. So we're already doing that for garbage and recycling collection rates, and this would create a program within that same franchise agreement to oversee those program rates as well. It also would continue compliance with state rules, including those forthcoming requirements under the Recycling Modernization Act, that materials that are collected for recycling are sent to those socially and environmentally responsible end markets, and that recycling facilities provide living wages and benefits to workers. There's also additional environmental benefits. There's for both option 2 and 3, there's environmental benefit that could come from recycling items that can be collected through the curbside program, so providing more recycling options. But in the context of the franchise agreement, there's an additional environmental benefit because the franchise limits the number of collection vehicles that are on the road, right? It's just one company. So it reduces associated traffic and noise and air pollution. That's kind of a standard benefit of a franchise agreement, part of why we franchised many things, but garbage collection in particular. A couple of downsides to note on option 2 are that this option would entail enforcement against other companies that are providing these services that are not the franchised hauler, and current Ridwell customers would not be able to continue their service with that company under option 2. Option 3 is an alternative way to regulate this market for expanded recycling collection services, and that would be through creating a new licensing program. So the City Council could adopt an ordinance to permit or license the collection of certain reusable or difficult to recycle materials from residents. A benefit of this option is that it provides additional choice for Lake Oswego residents, including allowing current Ridwell customers to keep their service. It can provide additional flexibility, so as those statewide recycling systems are changing, companies' business models may change, and we may see new entrants or changes to entrance to the market, rather, or changes to programs and services, so it kind of provides for that flexibility. We're not expecting kind of an impact on the existing franchise system for solid waste, in the sense that materials considered for expanding recycling collection services represent less than 2% of the total waste stream. So, under this option, we would be able to keep the existing franchise agreement or franchise system and have the benefits of that for solid waste and recycling, and have this additional program alongside. We don't anticipate conflict as long as there are clear rules outlining which materials could be collected through this licensing program. A downside of this option is that there'd be additional staff time to develop and administer a new program. However, this option is the staff recommendation and was also recommended by the Sustainability Advisory Board. They had a letter that was included in your packet. And then related to this, I wanted to highlight a few sort of design considerations when we're talking about a license program, a few of the elements that we can include in a licensing program that can be designed to meet city goals and values. So, some basic things we would have to specify: what are the allowable materials, what are we talking about, which specific set of materials can be collected by companies operating under this licensing program. You have the duration, right? Is it a 1-year license? Is it a 2-year license, et cetera? They can have reporting requirements, and those could be similar to, for example, annual reports from our franchised hauler that has them report on the types of materials they're collecting, how many customers they have, where the materials go, right? So they can create some kind of parity, but also transparency and confidence to those consumers that we hear they're paying for the items that are being collected to go to responsible end markets, and so we could create some transparency and oversight there through that that piece of the kind of program design. There's also the option to have a license fee to cover administrative costs of the program and things like wear and impact on city roads. For example, the franchise fee is currently 5% of gross revenue for our solid waste franchise, and so we could start there, for example. And then finally, we would think about administration, so the conditions for receiving and maintaining a license, including any penalties for noncompliance with the conditions, and then what the application and renewal process looks like. So again, just wanted to outline a little bit of what we could think about in terms of designing a license program. And one of the things I'd love to hear your feedback on in discussion is whether this list looks, if there's anything you'd add or delete or would change from this particular list of program elements for a potential license program. So that's all I have for now. We're going to hear from 2 of our service providers next, and then from any members of the public here to provide comment, and then we will all be back up to answer any questions unless you have any initial clarifying questions that you wanted to ask now.
Okay, I think we can hold our questions. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Watson.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay, so are we going to, who wants to go first? Okay, Ridwell. Taylor Lowen?
Yes, correct. Yeah, I also just have speaker notes on another laptop I was going to have. Thanks.
You have to pay a monthly fee.
My name's Taylor Lowen. I'm the Regional Director for Ridwell for the West Coast. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. So I want to share just a little bit more detail about Ridwell. And before I begin, I would like to emphasize that while we'll be speaking specifically to Ridwell's service and the benefits we believe that we bring, I want to make sure to be clear that we support giving people options for supplemental recycling services beyond the core services provided to everyone through the city's curbside program. We believe our program meets the needs of many residents in the area, as seen in the tens of thousands of residents who have signed up for our service over the last few years. However, for supplemental services like ours, we believe residents should have a choice on what works best for them. So let me jump in to share a little bit more about Ridwell. Founded in Seattle in 2018, Ridwell is a small, private, B Corp certified public interest corporation that offers a convenient door-to-door diversion service. We make it easy for interested households to waste less. Put simply, we facilitate the donation and transportation of reusable and hard-to-recycle items from household doorsteps to local nonprofit organizations or specialty recyclers that will responsibly reuse or recycle that item. Our service is an optional supplemental service that only accepts reuse or hard-to-recycle items not accepted by municipalities' curbside recycling program. I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but did want to reiterate how our service works. We charge a flat monthly subscription fee ranging from $14 to $24 a month, depending on the service plan. Our membership includes the opportunity for bi-weekly pickup of a limited set of designated items defined by category type, so hard to recycle as well as reuse. And members source separate the items into pre-labeled cloth bags, and they opt into service in advance of pickup day. For operations, we use small minivans or delivery vans to do the pickups. We use a sophisticated route mapping software that generates new routes every night based on which members have requested a pickup. Vans and drivers only go to houses that inform us in advance that they have items they'd like us to have picked up, so we eliminate any unnecessary stops, less travel time, usage of roads. Our drivers use a service after track service completion at each house and report any issues that come up in the field. On pickup day, our drivers pull the full bags from the bin and replace the bin with empty bags. And upon route completion, the driver returns to our warehouse in Portland to empty the bags and get the source-separated items prepared for our partners. The full bags of source-separated items are brought back to our regional warehouse, which is fully licensed and permitted by DEQ and Portland Metro, where the materials are emptied and the items that are prepared for delivery or pickup for the reuse or recycling partner. We are fully transparent about who our partners are with everyone. We have a public transparency page on our website available to everyone, members or not. Our transparency page lists who our reuse and recycling partners are, where our items go, what they're being turned into if applicable, how many items are being reused and recycled, and the level of contamination received in each of our markets. In addition to our dedicated members, Ridwell's impact wouldn't be anything without our team of dedicated people, from our customer service reps to drivers to warehouse workers to partnerships and technology, all by working tirelessly every day to drive change, enhance responsible recycling and diversion opportunities, and help keep more waste out of the landfill. And I should note that all of our drivers and warehouse workers in Portland are members of Teamsters Local 305, with whom Ridwell has developed a very strong relationship. We now provide our service to over 100,000 households in Atlanta, Austin, Bay Area, Denver, Los Angeles, the Twin Cities, Portland, and Seattle metropolitan areas. In every single one of these places, now over 200 jurisdictions in these 8 markets, we operate right alongside city-provided services or franchise programs. We operate in more than a dozen jurisdictions in the greater Portland area, servicing nearly 25,000 households, including over 800 in Lake Oswego. Ridwell members make up a passionate nationwide network over 100,000 households committed to recyclers and sustainability enthusiasts. They support us and they advocate for us. In the Portland metro area, we have the 25,000 members, and the average Ridwell member in Portland metro area exhibits similar utilization, participation, and diversion rates. They choose us and use us for a reason. 50% of our members pay $18 a month for biweekly doorstep service, and if you do the math, that's actually $3 less expensive than if a Recycle Plus member received and paid for 2 pickups during their month of standard curbside service. Recycle Plus customers wouldn't have the opportunity to set out several other items that Ridwell members can, such as multi-layered plastic, specific donation items for local nonprofits, and then other bulbs besides CFLs. 82% of our members take advantage of the biweekly pickup opportunity and opt in for service at every opportunity. The main reason they might opt out is because of vacation, which can be seasonal, especially in the summer. And why are opt-in rates so high? Because despite our best efforts to educate our community on the benefits of reuse and reducing waste, grocery stores are filled with a lot of items that the RMA hopes to eliminate. Things like plastic film, clamshell containers, and multi-layer plastic. Until that time, a lot of those items are being generated and warrant a bi-weekly collection. Case in point, those 3 items are some of the most popular items in our service and why the average Portland Ridwell member diverts 6 pounds of plastic with every pickup opportunity. And lastly, I would like to mention that we're happy to provide the type of information and regular reporting to the city, as we already do for many of our jurisdictions we operate, including monthly for Portland Metro and annually for DEQ. This is a slide with a few of our local community partners, things like old tools that go to scrap, diapers going to PDX Diaper Bank, old winter warmth jackets and clothing to Rose Haven, non-perishable foods to Birch, and a range of many offerings throughout the year. Since we've launched in the Portland metro area, we continue to add new items to our service, driving the growth and development of responsible recycling in end markets, bringing more value to our customers and encouraging more waste diversion from the landfill. We've also removed items from our service offerings, such as batteries, once they get added to curbside programs. Clamshells is a great example. When Ridwell launched in late 2020, there weren't any options for recycling clamshells here in the Portland metro community. It's something that we worked really hard to find a local partner, to find a regional partner, and now it's widely available to all Portland metro via drop-offs and services such as Ridwell and Recycle Plus. As you know, the RMA is a statewide law that was passed in 2021 with recycling system changes to go into effect in July 2025. This is an extended producer responsibility program that will increase access to recycling across the state. and we applaud this new policy work and believe it could have significant impacts in the coming years. However, while the RMA will be a huge step forward in some ways, significant opportunities will remain for services like Ridwell and others to help keep stuff out of the landfill. First, one huge step of the RMA was the standardization of what is picked up curbside for recycling and commingled recycling bins. Ridwell doesn't overlap in any way with the items that are collected through those curbside programs, and thus this change will have no impact on our service. Second, the RMA charges the new Producer Responsibility Organization, or PRO, with quickly expanding recycling of another set of designated materials, primarily through a series of new drop-off depots. Several of these items that are already part of Ridwell's service, including plastic film, styrofoam, and flat plastic lids, and 6 handle packs are included. And in making the decision to not include these items in the standard curbside pickup list, the states really recognize that these materials are challenging and can't easily be rolled into the existing infrastructure, which is exactly the challenge that Ridwell was set up to handle. We are excited about helping the PRO expand its reach by offering additional means of collection that will facilitate greater participation in the PRO's recycling program. We're already in conversations with the PRO about the various direct and indirect ways that this could happen and look forward to helping make this new system a huge success. As I said, Ridwell has attracted a strong group of members in the Portland metro area, but we know we aren't for everyone, and we believe that having more additional opportunities to recycle and reuse will help achieve our shared goals, sending less waste to landfill. So I want to quickly note that the supplemental services we're talking about today are not the same as the franchise curbside program that every household must receive. There are strong policy reasons why it makes sense to have exclusive franchise for garbage and commingled recycling pickups for every single house. These supplemental services, however, are optional. People can choose to have them or not. They could cancel any time if they don't find it meets their needs. And because every house isn't getting serviced, you don't get any of the efficiencies of the exclusive provider going to every household. Finally, we want to continue to encourage innovation in waste reduction. We want to encourage new ideas and how to keep stuff out of the landfill. And the reality is an exclusive locked contract discourages that kind of innovation. And the services that Ridwell offer is different than Recycle Plus on a number of fronts. Our materials. Ridwell helps with more items, both hard to recycle and reuse items with every single pickup. Pricing. Ridwell is less expensive for households that want regular biweekly service. Convenience. Ridwell picks up at the doorstep and members get information and can request pickups through our app. Transparency. Ridwell discloses exactly where everything goes, how much stuff members give us that our partners can't or recycle or reuse. There are households in Lake Oswego that may not find value in these things and prefer a Recycle Plus approach. And we say, great. But we also know there are many people who strongly prefer the Ridwell model, and the experience in Washington County suggests that hundreds of current Ridwell households will not use Recycle Plus if that is their only option available. On the other hand, if residents have a choice on which supplemental enhanced recycling service they can choose, the likelihood of more people participating would increase. Each service that exists today, like Ridwell and Recycling Plus, or any new service that could exist tomorrow might offer something different or unique that attract more residents or different residents to subscribe. And that's a win for the community and for the environment. If there's one thing I hope you've taken away from our discussion today is that folks who use Ridwell service love us and value us. The policy decision you're facing doesn't need to be an either or an us versus them. If folks want to divert their materials using Ridwell, they should have that choice. If folks want to use a different service, they should have the option there too. And if folks want to try either and see what works best for them, that should be something they can choose from as well. In some circumstances, we should be forced to make a choice, and this simply doesn't have to be that case. At Ridwell, we believe the best way for the city and individual residents to meet their waste diversion goals is by giving folks more opportunities to do their part for the environment. And after all, that's why we're all here having this discussion. Thank you for your time, and if there's any specific questions, I can answer those now, or you can also do them after public comment, but I really appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We heard from a lot of people and a lot of your customers in the community who really enjoy working with you. Validates a lot of what you said here just about the user experience. I mean, people had really, really positive things to say about the work with Ridwell. They like you guys a lot. I mean, you're doing a good job on the customer service front, certainly in the user experience front, delivering something people really like to use, and they're very enthusiastic about it, which is fantastic. Is there anything in particular about a licensing program that you would want us to be aware of, that you would have concerns about?
You know, we would be happy to participate in a licensing program. I think that as I said, we provide Portland Metro made an exemption at the city level for services like Ridwell. We provide monthly reporting to them about where all of our materials go. We do that in several jurisdictions, so I think we're happy to report. We pay business license fees. We want to work as a complementary service along with city and government staff toward regional goals. So I think what the city staff outlined as potential aspects of a permit, we would be aligned with.
Okay. And how would, and we know the system, is like the bureaucracy of it, right, is catching up with the services that are being offered. And sometimes that takes a little bit longer than any of us would like. But that said, the city had sent a letter to Bridwell back some years ago saying, hey, this is kind of in violation of our current franchise. And we understand the circumstances, and that's all, on the history shelf. But going forward with the licensing program, how would Bridwell commit to holding itself accountable to actually complying with the license?
Yeah, so, throughout this whole process, when we spoke with city staff, they let us know we were in violation. But through our conversations, they also said that they were not planning on enforcing until we had the opportunity to have these discussions. There's areas that we've stopped service in because local jurisdictions have said that they want to move a different direction, and we've always respected that. So we would continue to work with city staff. We take our DEQ permitting and our Portland Metro permitting very seriously and have a strong commitment in all of our 200 jurisdictions we operate in on compliance. And I think part of the reason that our members love our service is because our transparency that we have as a company, and we'd want to continue to foster that relationship.
That's great. Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Oh, Councilor Afghan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions for you. It was my understanding, reading through the documents, that there was a meeting facilitated by the city between Ridwell and also Republic. Were you in part of that meeting?
Meeting in June, I was not personally there, but Ridwell was there from a few of my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question. In these other major cities that you showed you're operating, did you have to get a license in those cities?
In many of the local jurisdictions, we've paid for business licenses or gone through additional permit processes. Just like with the state of Oregon, we went and got a DEQ permit, with Metro got a Metro permit.
Were there the same ordinances in those cities, like city of Lake Oswego, that you couldn't operate?
Oh, for an individual permit, I wouldn't be able to, as somebody who is more focused on supporting our markets here, I wouldn't be able to speak to all the individual permits we've done, but I'd be able to have our public affairs group respond to that and get the city some more information there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Afghan. Yeah. Okay.
Great,
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Buck, Lake Oswego City Council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Travis Comfort. I'm the Municipal Contract Administrator for Public Services for the City of Lake Oswego. I'm joined here today by Cindy Rogers. She's our Municipal Relationship Manager. As many of you know, I can talk trash all day, so I'm going to stick to my prepared remarks. I can't let that one slide. Primarily, I work with city staff to ensure Lake Oswego's compliance with state regulations. I also work directly with businesses, public institutions to conduct waste audits, coordinate material handling opportunities, and to right-size service to each customer's service level needs. It is a pleasure to be with you here this evening, and I do appreciate your time. Today, I will be covering what Recycle Plus is, how Recycle Plus works, and how Recycle Plus might work within DEQ's new and unique Extended Producer Responsibility System, also known as the Recycling Modernization Act. Extended Producer Responsibility directly connects producers with the end of life and/or recycling of their covered products. Programs like Recycle Plus are essential for producer-responsible organizations to collect the items that cannot be collected commingled in the standard recycling stream, but also must be collected and sent to responsible end markets. The Recycle Plus container, which is a 20-gallon lidded bin, is nearly identical to your glass tote. The only difference is that it has a lid. Being a Beaver, I can tell you that it wasn't a UW purple thing, but Metro, along with all of their other regulations, has mandated container colors for the region, and purple was one of like less than a handful that was left. So the materials that are currently collected in the standard Recycle Plus program are plastic film and bags, clear plastic number 1 clamshells only, textiles, and compact fluorescent light bulbs. Recycle Plus diverts material normally destined for the landfill and diverts those items to responsible end markets. Effective July 1st, 2025, all materials must go to responsible end markets that have been permitted or certified by DEQ. All 4 of these material streams represent unique challenges that prevent them from going into the commingle stream, as mentioned by the 2 presenters before me, and this highlights the benefits of a source-separated collection system for certain items. Recycling has been a huge part of Oregonians' lives since 1983, when Oregon passed its first recycling law, and DEQ has gone in to update that system twice since then, in 1991 and 2015. And then the Recycling Modernization Act came about in 2021. On slide 6, you can see the volume in tons of material Oregonians generated from 1992 to 2020. The blue line on the left-hand side represents the growth in population. So you see a 30% growth in population over a 50% increase in the material generated by in the same area. Establishing a uniform standardized collection list is the main pillar of the Oregon Recycling Modernization Act. This is meant to fight confusion when Oregonians move from one jurisdiction to another. There is an asterisk next to the uniform statewide collection list because certain jurisdictions can add items. So in the metro area, you'll probably see Portland or other cities add items to that as well. Additionally, DEQ has formalized materials that must be collected at publicly facing depots and items that must be addressed by the pro or producer responsible organizations. This is the expanded version of the list that Amanda showed earlier that is collected in your area. This will go into effect July 1st of 2025. As you can see, there are several items that have commonly been asked for from residents, including like large storage totes, the 5-gallon buckets from Home Depot, and metal cookingware. In terms of standardized depot lists, historically, depots just had to collect the recyclables that they processed or took in at that facility. With the Recycling Modernization Act, the bare minimum is going to be oil, large metal, and appliances. The only charge there would be the Freon, so if your appliance has Freon, that would be a charge. And then the metro region is still mandated to recover glass curbside. Outside of the metro region, jurisdictions will not be required to collect glass curbside because the eco benefit of transporting that such long distances just isn't there. And then, so on slide 9, you'll see the pro list of items. This list, just like the others, can expand and contract. This is the formal list for July 1st of next year. And as mentioned before, expanded polystyrene, can't use the S word. DuPont owns the patent on that. But that is one of the #1 things that it's hard to collect commingled because it breaks apart, it must be contained. And specifically to that, the RMA no longer allows chemical recycling. So starting July 1st of next year, no polystyrene from Oregon can go to a chemical processing plant. It'll have to go to a mechanical processing plant. And that's due to, again, the eco value of processing that material. I won't linger long on slide 7. I simply wanted to show that regulators, jurisdictions, elected officials, and industry have been working on the EPR legislation for just over 8 years now. Recycle Plus is an optional opt-in service. This means that all residents from single-family homes up to 4plexes can participate in the program. We have union drivers and pay a living wage. Initially, the material was going to Far West, but now the material is currently going to Environmental Fibers International Recycling, commonly referred to as EFI in Portland, and also Pioneer Recycling in Oregon City. In partnership with the Washington County Haulers Association, we are working with several multifamily complexes to establish programs that would work for those in terms of how the property manager wants us to operate on the complex in terms of bin placement, collection, and then also concern for our drivers carrying a bin up and down stairs. In terms of core fundamentals of the program, again, it's an optional service. Customers can stop and start at any time. The materials, let's see here. The service is currently available in to all residents of unincorporated Clackamas County, Washington County, Beaverton, Durham, King City, North Plains, Sherwood, Tigard, Tualatin, Gladstone, Happy Valley, Oregon City, West Lynn, and Wilsonville. On slide 14, you can see one of our reuse events from last year. We do a reuse event each quarter. We work with the community warehouse to establish what needs they have, and then they're the ones that distribute those items to the people most in need. Slides 15 and 16, you can see a copy of our additional outreach for our holiday collection. This is going to be our third year collecting Christmas lights, and then the biggest communication on that is just making sure customers know which bulbs they actually have, and then some of the larger ones need to be removed, and then the small LEDs can stay on the strand. The program is composed of 2 rates since it's not a subscription service. The $250 base fee just covers basically the bin and delivery, and then the standard collection rate is $925, and then we do offer non-curbside service as well. A customer's placement and rate is established when they sign up for Republic Services. Our local dispatcher, Debbie, is the one that takes those calls, and she also takes in emails for those requests. And she actually really likes the program. So in terms of multifamily, it's coming soon. We're looking at the end of this year for Washington County, but again, we don't know the parameters of that because the studies haven't been concluded yet. But when they adopted Recycle Plus, they also put in a firm implementation for multifamily. It was a very high priority for Washington County that happened, and then Clackamas County kind of adopted that, but didn't set a firm implementation date for that. So multifamily is coming, and we should have an update on that soon. Why should Lake Oswego allow and/or offer Recycle Plus? The top 3 reasons include that it aligns with Lake Oswego's Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. It is accountable to city oversight, and it is consistent with the services offered throughout Clackamas County. One of the bonuses for residents of Lake Oswego is that it allows them kind of a one-stop shop in terms of customer service and then any inquiries they have with us. In slides 20 and 21, our team would never let me get away with not showing the truck. So you can see our Recycle Plus truck. Our roll-off driver, Steven, he does our Recycle Plus route, but he's normally a roll-off driver, so industrial drop boxes and that sort of thing. And then last year, we entered the truck in a couple of Christmas parades, and so the team wanted me to share what that looked like. So on slide 21, you can see, or 21, you can see actually in the Tualatin parade last year. And I appreciate your time, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Travis. Thanks for bringing up, I forgot to ask Ridwell about multifamily collection. And, you know, that's been an issue that we've talked about in town in terms of sustainability options. We talked about it with EV charging. You gave us an update with Recycle Plus, and this is totally off topic, but where are we at with the composting in the multifamily?
Composting, I've worked with several complexes in Lake Oswego, so as long as they're willing to house the bins, we're willing to offer that. So again, it's already built in. So any business or multifamily or residential can do food composting in Lake Oswego.
Well, businesses have to do it. So, yeah.
Businesses have to do it from a metro mandate.
Yes.
And because of COVID, there has been some delay in the county's enforcement of that. We've still been doing a lot of outreach. There's a few more faster food participants that need a little more encouragement. But the county, they have a whole team, and they're doing a lot of helpful outreach with that. And we're also looking for more outlets to allow different products. We're working with Lake Oswego High School about a bamboo spork that might come into next year's school plan. So there's a lot on the organics front. So
great. Okay. Thank you, Councilor Lewis.
So when did Recycle Plus start?
In 2022.
Oh, okay, so 2022. So, and it was available to everywhere in the metro area in 2022?
In 2022, it was launched in unincorporated Washington County. So Washington County looked at it and with the lawsuits saw that it should be part of the franchise system. And then, so the list is smaller than what Ridwell collects because, again, responsible end markets was key to that in terms of this building towards the RMA or the Recycling Modernization Act. Because and that's how, like Amanda mentioned, this program might change going forward. If responsible end markets go away, those items won't be collected any longer. So we'll only be collecting items that can go to a responsible end market. And so that doesn't just mean that it can be recycled, it means that it can be responsibly recycled.
What are the, if we were to create a licensing program for difficult to recycle items, what, are there any concerns the public would have about that?
I think we would just want that the same, guidelines that DEQ has established with, what a responsible market is that worth transporting to Mexico or international markets to get that material out of the state? So maybe just kind of sticking with the same kind of standard that is. But otherwise, yeah, we don't see any problem with that.
Great, thank you. Councilor Afghan.
Does the franchise contract specifically say curbside pickup or it's pickup of any kind of location?
For the core 3 services?
Yes.
The core services are curbside, but we do have up the drive offerings, and if you're disabled, there's no fee for that as well. So we do have that rate available for Lake Oswego, and proportionately to other jurisdictions, a lot of Lake Oswego residents use the up the drive service.
I don't have any other questions for you, but I wanted to let you know that we love our Republic service, we love our drivers, and they're like Swiss watch. It's like every
They really
time.
try.
And you don't know what kind of blessing you have until they don't come.
Yeah.
So, and that has never happened to us. So please thank your drivers and thank your employees for me.
Will do, for sure.
Councilor Afghan. Councilor Afghan.
Maybe I missed it, so apologies if I did. But how many Lake Oswego residents currently use Recycle Plus?
None, because when we started the new franchise negotiations, we asked to have Recycle Plus put in there, and the city wanted the carve out for this specific discussion, so we chose not to offer it until this was settled.
Got it, thanks. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys, appreciate it.
Presentation. Well, Eric, just you can speak for everybody. No pressure. No, yes, please, welcome. We're glad you're here. We did get a large amount of emails sent to us from community members as well, as kind of referenced earlier, but we're really glad that you're here.
I guess I'm the dumb one who didn't write ahead, aren't I? All right, well, my name is Eric Staley. I live on Laurel Street. I'm testifying in support of other companies like Ridwell being able to offer expanded recycling services. My wife and I joined Ridwell to address deficiencies in the recycling program here. What finally moved us to action was the proliferation of multi-layer plastic in the commercial waste stream. We estimate that multi-layer plastic probably accounted for about 30 to 40% of our household trash. We've been able to take that out and recycle it. We understand that Republic's Recycle Plus is not going to offer multi-layer plastic recycling. So that means that all of that trash that we would otherwise be able to put into a recycle stream with Ridwell would have to go back in the trash, or we have to find some other option. And believe me, my wife and I tried. We really couldn't find a good option for multi-layer plastic. So this kind of highlights a problem with relying on only one company to provide the recycling services. There's no real competitive pressure to innovate and develop expanded recycling options. At the same time, it seems like there's more and more commercial enterprises that are using multi-layer plastic. Even some responsible companies that I would think, like Trader Joe's or Bob's Red Mill, they're all starting to turn to multi-layer plastic. I've lived in other parts of the country where their recycling programs are actually better, at least in terms of what they'll take compared to Oregon. I mean, My wife's parents live in Illinois, and they'll take recycle types 1 through 5 and 7 at curbside, no screening whatsoever, including plastic film. They'll take it all. So I think that we need competition to develop better options in the recycling stream. And I think that someone like Ridwell is going to be more dynamic, will be focused on recycling exclusively as their bread and butter, and will offer better options for our community.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming here today. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Watson, do you want to come back up here? All right. We appreciate all the presentations, the information. Folks, questions, Councilor Wendland.
So getting into the weeds a little, thank you both providers for giving us great information. I think that's very helpful. So is there a time limit on if you issue a license to Ridwell?
I think that's something we can determine. So it's that's one of the program elements is, do we want it to be, for example, a year-long license? Do we want it to renew every 2 years, every 5 years? And so generally, licenses tend to be shorter than a franchise, for example. Franchise agreements tend to be for a longer period of time. That's why ours is 10 years. But we could, I think it's within the city council's leeway to determine what that looks like. It could be in a similar cadence to our business license, for example, but yeah,
Okay.
That's a design consideration, I'd say.
Okay, because it sounds like there's changes coming up and there may be need for having some movement. Can you collect a franchise fee for a license program?
Let our city attorney weigh in, I think, on that.
Short answer is no.
Okay.
It is either or. You either collect a franchise fee or you impose a license fee. And anticipating your next question, I would say there is probably a slight difference in the amount of revenue that the municipality would typically collect under a franchise system versus a license, because typically licenses, the recovery is for cost recovery, not, whereas in a franchise agreement, there is the ability, particularly in the garbage context, for collecting a percentage, because that is considered a royalty, as opposed to a license, which is you're recovering the cost of administering the program. So again, it depends. A franchise fee and a license fee could be exactly the same, but typically I would say a franchise, because it covers typically a larger amount of service, and because you can impose the fee, the franchise fee, as a percentage of a company's profits, it can be larger. But again, it depends on if you oppose a 5% fee on a discrete kind of collection service, it may or may not be the same amount of money.
Okay, so going down, how do you make this a level playing field so that we are, in fairness to both companies and in fairness to all of our citizens, how do you equalize that? Is there a mechanism to do that?
I don't think we know the answer to that yet, but I do think if that's your policy direction, that you want it to be a level playing field between the companies, I think we would investigate ways to do that. I guess just to add one other thing is, like, your franchise fee is set on a service that you require to be offered to everyone, and in many ways is designed to recoup the costs of the wear and tear on our roads of garbage trucks. I mean,
right.
Whereas here, I think we'd be talking about a different reason for imposing the license fee, which is essentially, as Amanda said, to create some transparency for consumers, to make sure that we are providing equal access, and also to make sure that we can be flexible as new state regulations come in and change how recycling is going to take place in our community.
Right. I mean, first and foremost, I want to give the citizens of Lake Oswego credit for willing to pay extra money to recycle instead of just throwing it in their garbage can. I mean, I think that shows this community is resourceful, and they're also conscious of what they need to do. I mean, I don't know, I've been in other parts of the country, and people go, why would you recycle? Because you just put it all in one, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and this tended to be a little bit more on the East Coast, but they don't even, and here we're refined down to figuring out just which, and then you have people who are advocates who know 1 through 7. Is that I mean, I have to say that's sophisticated people and sophisticated mindsets that I'm very impressed with. So I guess my feedback is I like free market because I think it gets innovation. Sad that Recycle Plus was 2022, but maybe you already had it in motion. I don't know. I think it shows Ridwell came in 2018 or whenever you started. I'm not sure when you started, 2020?
Yeah, late 2020 in the Portland Metro, and I think probably
2021. Okay. I mean, it shows there's an appetite in the market for this. It also looks at, because it's such a small amount of total that's collected, you say it's less than 2% that we have in what do you call it,
Yeah, that's based on, so there was a 2016 study of regional waste composition study, so looking at everything that's, thrown away, solid waste, recyclable. And so by weight, the items we're talking about were less than 2%, because things like plastic are very lightweight. So it may be a lot of the items that people are encountering, but in terms of the weight, which translates into sort of the business of recycling, it's a fairly small amount, yeah.
But it doesn't have to be heavy to create environmental concerns.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
But I'm kind of open to the free market a little bit, and like Councilor Afghan, I appreciate everything that Republic does, and you guys do a fantastic job. I've told you that before during contract negotiations. You guys are fabulous, and your drivers are exceptional. They even have relationships with neighbors, which is just wonderful. So from that standpoint, I would be supportive of it sounds like our community wants some competition, and I think competition helps strive for excellence. So.
And you like the licensing?
Yeah, I just want to make it an equal, my suggestion would be an equal playing field so that everyone, and then we can see, maybe you'll have 800 people that will sign up for Recycle Plus, and then we have 1,600 people. That's right. I mean, that would be a dream. I mean, it doesn't have to be either or. It can be in addition to.
Right.
And so if we can get, I do think though that, and I'm not sophisticated at all in recycling other than I know basically what to put in and out. When you're talking about some of these terms, I would bet that there's not as many people in Lake Oswego that know these terms that need the help, because I think they see that everything goes in recycling that's not dead garbage, sort of, and that's an interpretation. And I know from the commingled recycling, it's very expensive to unmingle it and get it into the right buckets. And so for that standpoint, and I know that the recycle markets go up and down, and so sometimes you're left with a big expense, or sometimes you're able to sell it off and get some money for it. So anyway, I think the educational piece, along with this, has to go into part of our plan. If we bring this out, it needs to be, we need to educate so that people know the difference.
Thanks, Councilor Wendland. Councilor Afghan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one question for Ridwell Regional Manager and one question for Ms. Watson. Is there a limit of number of times your customer can request pickup per month?
We go to the same neighborhoods on the same day every 2 weeks on a cycle. So we have like an A week and a B week. And so if you're I live in 97217 in Portland, and it's like every other Thursday. And so you have a dashboard where you can opt into your pickups, and it's every 2 weeks we're going around to your neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Watson, the way you had the options listed, it was option 1, 2, or 3. Do we have to pick one, or can we pick 2?
Good question. I think they're pretty exclusive in that we're not providing any kind of service of this type. We're either regulating it through the existing franchise agreement or through a licensing program. So our city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is an either or situation. Yeah.
We have to choose.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, the reason is
You're going to pick number 4.
the reason is we have a sustainability goal, and we want to maximize recycling. And if we provide that Recycle Plus and Ridwell, why not?
I hear what you're saying.
That's
Yeah,
option three.
exactly.
Is that
So
option
it's
3?
not, it's not
Okay.
either or in terms of the
Okay.
service, but option
Then,
3.
I don't have any more questions. Let me know when we want to have the discussion.
Okay. Ms. Wise, I had a couple, just to clarify. So the RMA, if they will change what can go into the commingled bin, and I hear from Ridwell, or am I correct, that Ridwell will not collect anything that can go into the commingled bin. So you update your offerings accordingly. Like, okay. Now I just had to, because I know that the batteries, like we recently started, you collect batteries, but we can get batteries collected curbside.
Right, so we stopped offering as of August 5th, we'll no longer be offering battery collection in Lake Oswego or Portland Metro because you'll be adding batteries. And instead, we have as a rotating category flat lids. So the lids, you can recycle curbside, things like yogurt containers or cottage cheese containers bigger than 6 ounces. You can't recycle the lids.
Yeah.
You have to throw those away.
Right.
Even though they're the same plastic. So we'll be swapping out batteries for those residents with a core category, which means you can give it to us all the time, of flat lids. And this isn't the first time. We plan on, there are so many items that our members write in about asking, do you have a recycling option? Yeah. And so there's a lot of room for continuing to pivot and flex as things get offered curbside. And we're personally excited that more batteries are going to be out of the landfill because it's be offered to every single resident.
Yes. Okay, let me ask you the question. So you're talking about the plastic lid on a plastic yogurt container. So why can't that go into the commingled bin?
It's another kind of processing facility challenge. They're really lightweight, they're small, they can, fly around. So it really depends on the machines. And different, the gentleman who gave public comment talked about different recycling options in different parts of the country. That may be a technology thing, right? Some processing facilities may have more money for more technologies, and this is another thing that we expect to see change through the Recycling Modernization Act. As funding comes from packaging producers for us to improve our recycling system, we are expecting that these recycling processors will be able to upgrade their technologies, and it will be easier for them to manage some of these. So yeah, my partners here can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the lids, it's a processing facility challenge rather than a material challenge.
I'm guessing you have like very little contamination in your stream.
Very little, yes.
And these are like, Ridwell customers are kind of in a certain group of,
Yeah, they hand wash the stuff sometimes and line dry things. They're very passionate. They send photos of the organization they do. Our contamination rate for plastic film is less than 1%. So
yeah, it's crazy.
Very dedicated members.
What's your contamination rate in the commingled bin, Republic?
Commingle or Recycle Plus?
I'm thinking the commingled bin.
Good comeback.
Yeah, well, it's probably slower in the Recycle Plus.
Commingle bin would be probably less than 20%.
Okay.
And again, that's primarily from people not washing out peanut butter jars and that sort of stuff. So if there's organic material still in the container, the processors, even if it gets sorted and baled and sent to the right place, they won't wash that material to then process it. There is a new organization starting up in Portland that's going to try to wash plastic, but there's huge concerns over water and processing of that plastic.
Okay.
We'll see how that goes.
So on the DEQ, so they're regulating these end markets, and that applies to Republic. But Ridwell, you don't follow the same regulations?
We're permitted through DEQ, and we report every single recycler or reuse company and organization we work with. So they have oversight over Ridwell's operations as well.
So is it the same?
This is actually something that maybe I have a question for you. Is I think there's a little bit of uncertainty. So the way I understand the rules that are going through rulemaking right now is that these responsible end market requirements relate to commingled recycling processing facilities. And so Ridwell's warehouse is not processing commingled, it's processing already separated materials. I don't know, but my understanding is that those same reporting requirements for responsible end markets would not apply in the same way. But there's just my lack of understanding the nuance here, and also because the rules aren't finalized, that's a little bit of an open question.
And I get that, and I get the sense that Ridwell is dedicated to using responsible end markets. So I would imagine that if DEQ said this is a no-no for Oregon, that you wouldn't be like, hey, we'll use it.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no.
Question.
Council Burdick. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. I don't see it.
No, you just asked my question, so we're good.
Oh, okay.
I have one note, Mayor.
Yes.
And that is on the, sorry.
Thanks, sorry.
That's just in terms of like reporting on RMA materials. So those 3 lists. So if Ridwell collects any of those materials, they will have to report to DEQ annually and to you, the city, where those materials went. So like the expanded polystyrene, if they choose to continue to haul that material, they will be responsible to get it to a mechanical recycler, no longer a chemical recycler, and report that out to DEQ.
Okay, that's great. And this is a depot question. So are these depots they're going to create, are they allowed to be at kind of community, like grocery store centers, or are these new?
Yeah, this is another piece that's still going through rulemaking, but yeah, the idea is that they would start with existing facilities. What existing facilities are already accepting these kind of materials that we can direct additional funding to or expand? And then, yeah, there's the question of if we need additional sites, where will they be? What will it look like? There's been discussion around collection events, regularly scheduled collection events, counting for depots. So essentially another convenient option for people. So it may not be always a physical drop-off location. It could be a collection. Just another way for people to more conveniently get rid of these materials that can't go in the...
And that's just totally in addition to services like Ridwell Recycle Plus.
Yep, and those proposed rules right now, DEQ has clarified, and again, proposed, but has clarified that these subscription recycling services could continue alongside the new depots and kind of any other collection events that meet that standard.
Great, okay, and I'm so sorry, but did you pick up does Ridwell pick up a multifamily?
Yes.
Yes, oh, that's great. It's very good. Okay. Well, so it sounds like, because everyone's on board with going down the path of I thought the criteria you had for the licensing program looked good. I mean, would it be possible to kind of put a draft together and bring it back for a study session?
I think we'll want to do that. I think the question of what the fee would be and how we would administer the rest of the program is something that will still need additional policy direction. So, but if you're headed down that way, then that's what we'll do.
Yeah, does that sound good to everyone?
Yeah, so a question on that. So if right now, it's not costing us any money to have Ridwell be out of compliance, what will be is this going to be a huge burden on city staff too?
I think we'll try to design a program that is not, as I say, I think the goal here would be to create some parity, right, some level playing field, but also to increase, and I appreciate that Ridwell already collects this information, and so asking them to publish it will hopefully not be a huge burden for them, nor a huge burden for us, but to create some levels of transparency about how many pounds of how many pounds of plastic lids were collected, where did they go, right? That kind of thing, I think that would be good and fair, and also will help us in the lowering. So the reality is we're going to have more administrative costs to administer RMA. So if we can do this in a way that supports our work in that, I think we'll try not to make it too burdensome for anybody.
Right, but I mean, it doesn't mean that we have to add like 3 staff
Oh, no.
members. I mean,
No.
Okay, it's an additional spreadsheet.
I don't know yet because we haven't designed the program.
Okay. I was just going to say.
I've thought about it a little bit like short-term rental regulation, that we charge the lodging tax to short-term rentals. And so it'll be similar in terms of how we think about it. Yes, we don't want to add a bunch of staff, but we also want to make sure that we're actually capturing the activity, right? Because the idea is to create a level playing field with hotels, right? So I think that it's similar in that way, as we want to have as much administration as we need to achieve the policy goals and no more than that.
Right, good.
Is Councilman Boop and Councilor Verdick, thumbs up? Is this good for you? Okay, good. Thank you both. Yes. Yeah. Yes, Councilor.
I want to confirm that while the program is being put together, we're not going to enforce this out of ordinance on Ridwell, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Status quo.
Thank you.
It's great.
Are you going to send a group email out to everybody?
No,
No?
no more emails on this.
No, from us to them.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Watson and Ridwell Republic. Thank you all and the community for good input. It's great having these services. This continues to evolve. I think as we go forward too, it'd be great, just making the services more accessible to more people and the education, Councilor Windland touched about, because that is a big thing. We always deal with a small percentage of the community that's, really into sustainability and recycling, knows everything, and the majority are still saying, why can't I recycle my batteries? We're like, you can't recycle your batteries, So getting that information out to people is always a challenge, but we'll keep on it, so.
Thank you. Yep,
Thank
lots
you.
more education to come with the RMA as well. So
Yeah,
you'll
it's
hear
exciting.
more from me on that. That's
cool. Thank you so much.
And thank the Sustainability Advisory Group
Yes.
for their feedback.
Yes, we appreciate their good work on this. Okay, so next item on the agenda is a discussion of Senate Bill 1537. Director Numanolu, an update.
And then there was one.
We like to end on a high note. Nothing like talking about legislation from the state. Housing mandates.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jessica Numanolu, Community Development Director. And I am here to talk to you about SB 1537, which is the Governor's Housing Production Bill. I know that you've received an update on this bill from Madison Thiesing of the City Manager's Office at the end of the last legislative session. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on some of the components of the bill that have some impacts or potential impacts on our land use regulations or procedures. And I realize that I'm probably the only thing between you and dinner, so I'm going to try to make this quick. And in terms of my presentation, I have about 10 slides. I'm going to start out with a very brief overview of SB 1537, and then I'm going to focus solely on the Housing Accountability and Production Office, or HAPO, moving on to housing land use and adjustments. Then, of course, we'll have opportunities for questions, and I'm seeking some direction from council on whether to pursue an exemption to housing and land use adjustments, which hopefully will be an easy decision or direction for you this evening. So starting out with the overview of SB 1537, as you know, it's the Governor Kotek's bill to address the severe housing shortage in Oregon. It was developed to increase the production of housing units, and it's through a variety of tools. And it's through funding, infrastructure, land supply, and also regulatory barriers to housing. The bill, the bill includes several components. I do want to note that the council report that you received just focused on those bolded components up on your screen. But very generally, it included an establishment of the Housing and Accountability Production Office, and this is to support and enforce housing laws. I'll talk more about that in a minute. There's a component that lets builders opt into regulations that are changed during the review of their housing land use applications. This is also called the goalpost rule. I talked about that in detail in the staff report. There is a provision that now allows or requires petitioners to pay attorney's fees to both the applicant and a local government if the local government approved a land use application for housing and LUBA upholds that decision. So that was part of that bill. Another component is the bill established a housing infrastructure support fund and a housing project revolving loan program. That housing project revolving loan program is being developed by the Housing and Community Services Department. and it must be operational by June of next year. So we'll more to come on that program, which we'll keep an eye on. The SB 1537 also had a provision requiring applications for replats, lot line adjustments, and different applications related to expansion of nonconforming uses to be classified as limited land use decisions. It requires local governments to approve up to 10 mandatory adjustments to land use regulations if housing meets certain state eligibility requirements, which I'll talk about here in a minute. And it provides an option for a city to add a site within the metro urban growth boundary if that site meets certain eligibility requirements and specific density and affordability. So I discussed in detail in the staff report about the updated quote-unquote goalpost rule. The city complies with that outright. There's nothing we need to do further. We also comply with our current code for the reclassifying certain land use applications to limited land use decisions. All of those that they have listed in that bill are already limited land use decisions, and without getting into detail, limited land use decisions are the same as our sort of minor development procedure here at the city. So nothing more that needs to be done on that. I am not going to cover that anymore in the presentation. I think it's well covered in the staff report, but I'm happy to answer questions. So let's start with the Housing Accountability and Production Office. So what is it? Well, first of all, it doesn't exist yet. It is in the process of being created. It's going to be a joint office between the Department of Land Conservation and Development as well as the Department of Consumer and Business Services Building Codes Division. And its purpose is to support local housing production. It has sort of three main functions. The first is implementation of state housing laws. They will have they are charged with investigating complaints about local government's compliance with state housing laws. So yes, they will be taking complaints, and I'll talk more about that here in a minute. They also are charged with serving as a resource to both local governments and applicants to comply with housing laws. So they can provide technical and financial assistance, guidance, mediation, et cetera. There is $4 million that is allocated for technical assistance, specifically to support local code work in order for local governments to comply with housing laws. So they have provided some money to support that. And we have been assured many times by DLCD that they're first going to try to get voluntary compliance, provide technical assistance, and be partners sort of with local governments to comply with housing laws before resorting to enforcement actions. But they can take enforcement actions if local governments don't use voluntary remedies to take care of those violations. State agency coordination is another one of their functions. Identifying technical and financial resources to unlock opportunities for housing production, coordination of state agencies, policies, and programs also to facilitate housing production. And then finally, they're charged with producing studies, research, and guidance. This could look like model codes, ready-to-build plans, and also conducting studies that identify barriers and opportunities to housing production.
Something that they should be doing. I mean, it seems like they're already kind of, why do you need a new office, a new bureaucracy for this?
This is exactly some of the feedback that we passed on to legislatures, as we already have the DLCD. Why do we need this additional oversight?
Deaf ears?
And deaf ears, apparently, so.
Yeah, I mean, is this creating more of a bureaucracy that's going to stall progress in building housing?
Well, that's what, of course, our concern is, and they haven't outlined the procedures yet for how they were going to handle complaints, so that is forthcoming, but that is obviously a concern for us, because we have plenty of other state mandates that we need to be working on, and if we're going to have to also be addressing, complaints, that's going to add more workload and take away from other work that we need to be doing. So the operative date, so HAPO has to be created and operated by July 1st of 2025, so they have just under a year to get that underway. Right now, DLCD and BCD are in the process of establishing that office. Once they are established, starting on July 1st, they'll start taking complaints. And the way that the complaints will work is that if it's about a specific development project, only the applicant can file a complaint. So if a member of the community has a complaint about a development project, they won't take complaints about that. So it's only the applicant who can do that. The office will take complaints that are not related to a specific development project, generally related to, say, the city's compliance with housing laws in general. That can be submitted by anyone in the city's jurisdiction and also by a Department of Land Conservation or a Department of Consumer and Business Services. One of the things they did clarify, and this is where the sort of overlap we were concerned about, is HAPO will not be reviewing local Goal 10 requirements. So they aren't looking at sort of overall land use planning requirements like housing capacity analysis or housing production strategies. They're really focusing on the actual development of housing. That's where their purview is. They will also not review complaints that are under the jurisdiction of the Land Use Board of Appeals, or LUBA, or if private litigation has been initiated, although it does clarify in the bill that they can provide technical assistance, but they just won't take any sort of enforcement action regarding any sort of LUBA applications or if there's private litigation.
So would this be, these are not complaints around like our typical like land use process? Like I feel like the city erred in their decision because that would go to LUBA and then go to CERT. This is like the city is refusing to even take my application. They actually locked me out of City Hall. I was bringing in my application. They locked the doors on me because they hate housing applications and they wouldn't take it. Like what would be an example of one of these?
Well, that's a good question. And, they talk about unreasonable cost and delay. I don't know what that means yet. I mean, I think there's, again.
Don't we have the 120?
I could see, we have a 120-day rule. I could see complaints about public engagement requirements, even though that's goal 1. I could see complaints around specific standards in neighborhood overlay districts being unreasonable. I mean, I think what you're more likely to see is not a complaint that's driven specifically at
application,
at how we're handling an application, but more of what are the other requirements that aren't related to us processing the application. This idea actually started in the state of California, and I think as the state of Oregon starts to stand it up, we will all learn more about how does it actually work in California and what kinds of complaints is the state processing. I mean, for example, there are cities in the Bay Area that don't allow homes over 1 story, and I know that is something that their HAPO had a chance to look at, is whether or not that was an unreasonable impediment to the production of housing in that community. So I could see a complaint like that.
So just, I see, broad complaints like even about underlying zones. We don't
Correct.
like the zone.
Correct.
Oh.
One of the things that the bill does talk about is they do have to establish procedures or criteria for determining whether it's a quote-unquote credible complaint. So this isn't just a place for people to just, lodge any and other frivolous complaint they want to. So they will have some sort of process, which we don't know yet, in determining whether it's a credible.
And I would guess that the state would dismiss the minor complaints and send them back to us because they're not going to have an infinite amount of resources to handle. So they're going to be looking at things that are major impediments to housing production in communities, I mean, I've worked in 5 jurisdictions in Oregon, and every single one of them, you hear from at least 1 or 2 builders that you have the worst building department in the state. I don't think the state's going to be dealing with those kinds of complaints. Those are going to still come to you and to staff to handle. I think you're going to see things more about there's a systemic problem in a community that's somehow inhibiting developers from building housing, and maybe housing of specific types. I could also see certain requirements that community might want for multifamily housing being a question that would be raised with HAPO, for example.
But how will they, because of the home rule, unless it's in the ORS, unless it's something.
Well, but they have been given jurisdiction by the legislature over these complaints. So home rule, except for any
complaints,
time the legislature has actually said that their standards are the ones that apply. In fairness, DLCD is figuring this out. They don't know the answers to these questions yet either, and that's why we need to stay engaged as they develop the office and the rules that are going to govern the operations of the office. But the reality is they aren't going to have infinite resources, and so they're going to have some pretty strict criteria about what it means for them to receive a complaint. The bar is not going to be low for complaints.
Yeah.
If HAPO does need to resort to enforcement actions, these are the types of actions they're allowed to take, including initiating an enforcement order of the Land Conservation and Development Commission, seeking a court order against a local government. The LCDC director can seek a review of matter pertaining to housing laws, or they could apply to circuit court for an order compelling compliance with any housing law. Moving on to the land use adjustment section of the bill. This requires local governments to approve up to 10 distinct adjustments for housing development if it meets all of the eligibility requirements. And the eligibility requirements are the site has to be on land that's zoned for residential or mixed use. There's a minimum density of 17 dwelling units per acre, which I'll talk about in a minute. It has to be located inside the urban growth boundaries, so this won't apply to unincorporated lands in Clackamas County that aren't annexed to the city. It must result in net new housing units of any kind, so that includes ADUs or duplex or multifamily. Any type of housing unit has to be net new housing. And it must meet at least one of the feasibility, or affordability, or accessibility criterion, or they can show that the adjustments would reduce the sale or rental price or increase the number of units. The problem with those criteria that the state have set up is it says they have to state that the application will result in one of these. They will have to provide some sort of findings or basis as to why it's going to be affordable, so they can say, well, this is going to be affordable at X percent, or, of the AMI or whatnot. But they could just state that this is going to result in more units. And it really kind of puts the burden on the local government to produce findings to deny it, rather than putting the burden on the applicant to show how they meet the criteria. So I guess it's the bottom line is that that criterion is not very rigorous. And the adjustments that are allowed would be deviations from existing land use regulations. I provided a list in the staff report. I am not going to go through all of those, but it's your things like your setback, your lot coverage, your height, minimum parking or landscaping requirements, building design requirements, that type of thing. Basically everything, every one of the adjustments that's listed in the bill, we have standards for in our code, except for maximum lot sizes. So all of the standards that they have listed, we have in varying places throughout the city in either certain zones or overlay districts. The adjustments of note do not include allowed uses in the zone, so they can't get an adjustment to have a use that's not currently allowed in the zone, or standards that relate to things like fire ingress, egress, safety, tree codes, so that was important, sensitive lands protection, stormwater requirements, or federal, state laws, or any other local laws that are not land use regulations. They can't get adjustments to those types of things. So in terms of the procedure, DLCD has advised that the city can apply this statute directly, or we can provide a reference in our code, or if we wanted to, we could change our code to comply. But they don't recommend that because this actually, fortunately, does have a sunset date. So on January 22nd, 2032, so 7 years after implementation, it will be repealed. So we can just apply the statute directly if we don't apply for an exemption, which I'll talk about here in a minute. The other different thing about the procedure is this will be a limited land use decision, this state process. We can use our current minor development process for these applications, but only the applicant can appeal the decision. There is no opportunity for public appeal on these land use adjustments.
So what can we get, I mean, if all this goes in, which it sounds like it will, where might we be hit with something I mean, that would be out of, I mean, how would it affect us? Does that make sense? I mean,
Yeah.
you put all this stuff in, what are the booby traps that I mean,
Well, we're
you know this
we're going
stuff.
to get the exemption.
Well, right, I mean, I guess that's the main thing, is to get the
No
exemption.
boogeyman.
Right. If we don't get the exemption, then we are stuck with these. The next slide, I'm going to talk about how this would impact Lake Oswego in terms of what kind of housing it would apply to. But
I think, Jessica, one of the reasons we're going to apply for the exemption, first of all, is you have existing processes to grant these kinds of exceptions from the code, and you routinely grant them. And so, but I do think that there are concerns about if this were to go into place in its current form, the types of exemptions we are likely to see are probably going to cause a great deal of consternation in the community.
Right.
So in Lake Oswego, for these state housing adjustments, the good news is, and this is something that the LOC did a really good job lobbying, is that initially this started out as just 10 adjustments, any type of housing. They didn't even have to show that they were creating additional housing production or meeting minimum affordability requirements. So at least those criteria were incorporated into the bill. So there is a minimum density, and because we're inside the metro urban growth boundary, that means it has to be a minimum of 17 dwelling units per acre. What that translates to is that for every 2,562 square feet of lot area, they have to have 1 unit. So that's the minimum density required. And if you know, this table just kind of shows you in the different zones based on the minimum lot size. So if you look at our sort of low to density zones such as R7.5, R10, or R15, that means that the state adjustments are not even going to kick in until you're proposing at least a triplex or greater unit. Because our concern, of course, was we don't want this to apply to single-family dwellings. You know, you can imagine we don't need more adjustments for folks on the lake, or, you know, or if you're just building one large single-family home on a lot, that's not increasing housing production. It's not achieving sort of the state's goals, and we're just going to result in bigger houses that are certainly not going to be more affordable. So that was our big concern. I will point out, and I did note this in the staff report, that in the R0 or R2 zone, in the commercial zone, there is a possibility that if there's no minimum lot area, if someone has a small enough lot, they could build a detached single family. I don't think it's likely in those zones. If you have a high density zone or a commercial zone, I don't know that it makes financial sense to just build a detached single-family dwelling. But I would actually have to expand that further and say, technically, if you have a lot that's 2,562 square feet anywhere in the city that's zoned residential, you could build a detached single-family zone and qualify for the adjustments. I just don't think that's very likely in the city.
We don't even, do we have many lots that are?
Well, you can have substandard or existing underlying lots of records that may, but typically those people are not, you're building like townhome type developments on those types if you have that small of a lot.
That might affect 1%.
Right. So this was just a little bit of reassurance that even if we were to apply these statewide adjustments, they won't kick in until you have sort of a denser type of development. It's not going to generally apply to single family dwellings. So let's talk about the exemption. There is an exemption to the state housing land use adjustments. The city can apply to HAPO for an exemption, and the criteria are that it must show that all of the listed development and design adjustments in the bill are eligible for an adjustment under some process that the city currently has. And on top of that, you have to show that within the previous 5 years, the city has approved 90% of the received adjustment requests. Or as an alternative, you can show that the adjustment process is flexible and accommodates project needs as demonstrated by testimonials of housing developers who have utilized the adjustment process within the previous 5 years. So the city, as you know, has several processes for requesting variances or adjustments to its code standards. This includes things like residential infill design review, minor variances, design variances, major variances. And I can report, we have looked at this, that the city has approved more than 90% of received variance requests over the past 5 years, so that's great. And in fact, between 2018 and 2023, there were 96 variances for housing development applied for in the city, all of which were approved. So the city would meet the criterion for the minimum approval rate so long as it continues to have 90% or approval or better approval rate. So that's good. But what is unclear to staff is whether or not our major variance process would qualify as meeting the criterion that all of the adjustments listed in the bill are eligible for an adjustment under the city's current process, and let me explain why. Major variances would technically apply to all the adjustments that are listed in the bill, but there are several adjustments that only would have the major variance available to them. So that's the concern, is that while we have all these adjustment processes, of the adjustments listed in the bill, there's many that would only be available as a major variance. If you look at the major variance, the purpose of major variances is to allow more significant adjustments to the standards of the code when owing to special circumstances or conditions beyond the applicant's control. Application of the code standards would result in undue and unique hardship, or that failure to grant a variance would result in code standards applicable to the property, creating a taking of private property. So this type of variance is sort of our most, has the most latitude. I mean, there is no limits on what you can ask for a major variance, but they're limited in circumstances and scope. And so just as an example, between 2018 and 2023, only 8 out of the 93 variances that we, for housing development in the city, were major variances. All of them were approved, but because they are really kind of limited in their circumstances and scope, and the criteria are much more stringent, we're concerned that major variances being the only option for several of those adjustments might not qualify the city for the exemption. We tried to get some feedback from DLCD on this. We did send a question to DLC asking about this. They didn't respond to it, but they did tell us they will have further guidance coming later this fall. So we will continue to pursue that question. But the other question, or the other issue that we have, of course, is with major variances, since they have more stringent criteria, if we aren't able to approve them and people apply for them more frequently because of this bill, if we sort of fall under that 90% requirement, we won't meet the exemption, or if there's a lot of complaints that are filed by applicants to HAPO, that's the other issue to consider. We also contacted, so the exemption applications are due by January 1st, 2025, in order for the city to avoid having to start approving land use adjustments on that time. DLCD will be able to review those applications until HAPO is created later in the year. But we don't know what the application process is yet. DLCD is supposed to give us guidance later this fall, hopefully several months before it's due. But we will be prepared to respond to that if and when that becomes available. The good news is that cities are not required to approve the land use adjustments while we are going through the exemption process. So if we have our application in before January 1st, we don't have to start issuing adjustments. We'll need to wait till we get the decision from DLCD. We did ask DLCD if we should begin work on code amendments to sort of anticipating the exemption to make sure that we comply. We don't really have the guidance we need on major variances at this point, but even if we did, they said they do not recommend that we undertake any code amendments at this time. They said, please wait for DLCD guidance, and they said they are able to impose conditions of approval. They realize that many cities probably don't have the adjustment processes all in place for some of these adjustments. So they just said, we don't recommend it. That can be required as a condition of approval when we're reviewing your application. So that's good news.
So do you think if we were to update the code and take one of these, what do we say, code conditions, and would we apply the same criteria then and make it instead of I'm sorry, I'm confusing the,
Major variance.
Major, yes.
Yeah.
We would make it a minor, saying, well, if you meet these density requirements, it would be a minor variance, but we'd keep it a major variance otherwise.
Yeah, so that's the thing is
Could be a possibility.
That could be a possibility, but they said, let's wait until you go through the exemption process, we'll look at it and we'll have, again, hopefully they will have better guidance by then. And
they could condition.
they can condition it.
They could condition. So they could say, well, you would get it if you make these.
What's the cost for the typical applicant between a major and a minor variance?
Oh, that's a great question. I can find you the exact cost, but I would say, it's probably a difference of maybe $1,500 to $2,000 between the two. So more for the major variance.
Okay. So you do have to pay for minor variances?
What's that?
You have to pay for minor variances?
Oh, yes, yes. We have application fee for that too.
Oh, yeah, I bet you we do.
Yeah.
But is it prohibitive? I mean, is it a lot of money? Or is it, how much is it? I shouldn't make a judgment if it's a lot or a little.
Not being a planner like anymore, I've sort of lost touch with the fees. Isn't that sad? I used to be able to rattle this off the top of my head.
Is it a couple grand or $3,000?
Oh, no, it's probably closer to about $4 grand.
Yeah.
For
minor.
and then
a major is
above
like 6
5.
or 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are two options here. I think I can guess which option that the council would prefer, but just so you know, the option one is we don't apply for the exemption of the state mandated land use adjustments. The pro for this is it sure would provide more flexible and streamlined process for middle housing and middle multifamily development than current city variance processes. But of course, the big con is that due to the number and extent of the adjustments that someone could ask, it could really have a negative impact on surrounding properties in terms of incompatible development, and it can subvert our overlay design standards that the community has set for the sort of vision that we want for our overlay districts. Option 2 is, of course, apply for the exemption to the state mandated housing land use adjustment as soon as it's available for us to do. The pros, of course, of this is it keeps our city's current variance processes and criteria. The state, we don't really have much to lose because the state adjustments aren't going to apply during the exemption application process. And then I guess the cons are that the city may be required to amend its code as a condition of approval for the exemption. And one of the things to keep in mind is that the exemption could be revisited or revoked by HAPO if complaints are filed later on. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you might have, but hoping to get your direction on the exemption.
Does everyone think? Exemption?
Yes.
Director, I think Mr. Mayor asked this question that I didn't understand the answer. I'm still trying to figure out under option 1, what is it that somebody is going to decide for us if we don't take an exception? For example, if somebody wants to build a single unit on a 2,500 square feet lot with all the setback that we have, could they actually go there and say, I want to build a building here and put roof over my head, but the setbacks don't let me have a 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and they will decide that for us? Is that what we're saying? Something like that?
Well, it has to be, so the first slide kind of had all that eligibility criteria. So assuming they meet all that eligibility criteria, setbacks they can get, I think, up to a 10% deviation to setbacks. So they can do that for all their setbacks. They can up to 10 adjustments, so that they could do height, they could do setbacks, they could do lot coverage, all of those things. And basically, they just need to show that they meet the minimum density requirements and that that they're either it's going to be affordable housing, it's increasing the number of units that would otherwise be allowed, or I'm trying to think of all the other feasibility criteria. Let me just go back to my slide here. Pardon me. Oops.
There you go. The 10% adjustment, we have that already in our minor variances.
20%.
We have 20%. So it's sort of like, I'm trying to disposition all of the fears that we have. Is there something that's going to happen in our city that we go, how did we let this happen?
So they'll get those by right as opposed to by going through a process to demonstrate. So the
Okay.
difference is if we follow the state law, you just automatically can ask for those things if you meet the density requirements without any public process. And in fact, the public doesn't have any right to protest a taller building or the reduction of setbacks.
Okay,
Under our current process, there's public engagement.
thank you.
And it's worth noting too, under the, as you said, under the current process, people are receiving the variances that they're asking for.
Right.
I think we have been very pro-housing, as a city and as a council, creating, it's been council goal, and we've done a great job. Without any of this, we have created all these affordable housing units. Cities, we've bent over with whether it's the tax abatements, the incentives for housing. We have done everything. So I wait to see how many more housing units this produces. It's just seems like, honestly, a big waste of time. It was so confusing, honestly, even reading, your really well done staff report, and it's just like, who's even gonna, it's just making it even more confusing. So that's why this is not, and I know I'm sure all of you feel the same way, this isn't like, well, we want to try to put barriers in the way, it's just this is not going to do anything. And it's kind of in violation of I would say, our social contract with the community that we want to be able to provide different housing types. We want to encourage different levels of affordability in the town, but we want everyone to be following the same rules. And that was, really preserving the character of the neighborhoods and existing has been a big thing. We've heard that loud and clear from the community, and we've shown that we're able to do that and produce a variety of housing types. And so, yeah, anyway, it's just
Again, we could have,
crazy.
we could be spending a lot more time on making our existing code more efficient, as we've talked about before, so people can get things done in a more efficient way.
Housing production, and I'm really proud
And
of
that, to
the
me,
work,
is
yeah.
housing production.
Well, that's right.
At a local level, and I don't know, all this,
I know.
I don't know. And again, look at the charts that we had with the housing study. We had to build 2,000 houses on 140 lots that we have available. So tell me how that's gonna work. We still haven't figured out physics yet, okay? And it's kind of, and I understand people will knock a house down and make a decision as to what they're going to do, and that happens all the time. And that's the person who owns the lot figures out what they want to do and invest their money in. And there's plenty of options that they can do that. So it's almost like your time is too valuable, in my opinion, to be dealing with this stuff. So whatever we can do so that you spend the least amount of time, my vote.
Well, we have we can be very proud of the work that we've done on the housing production strategy.
Absolutely.
Which did we adopt it? No, not yet.
It's coming up. You have
Coming up. We
yes.
had the last study session that has really good concrete things that are actually going to make a difference in the housing here. So I think we can focus our energy. This is just more frustrating, that we even have to go through this process. And I hope it's not that long of an application to get through, but then we can focus on the housing production strategy, which was built by our community and is actually, I think, going to make a difference in us and helping us achieve our housing goals. We'll show them.
Do you have enough of our direction?
Thank you very much.
Councilor Afghan.
Mr. Mayor, I remember a time where in city of Lake Oswego, if you said duplex, somebody would run you out of town.
Yeah.
But the more recent city councils and more recent city staff and more recent city managers, we have done a great job bringing more housing into the city. So I've gone through the minor variances, and yes, it's a process, but it makes sure that we have some kind of a balance between what the owners want to do and what the neighborhood wants and what is right for the city. So when I look at all of that, I go, we don't really need another jurisdiction outside of our city to make decisions for us that we already have those processes in place. So I'm all in for going in for the exceptions.
Great. Okay. All right. Thank you, Director. Appreciate the report. Okay.
Thanks for being last.
Yes. Anyone have any information to share? No? Okay. City manager?
You're on recess until September 3rd.
Oh, yeah, so if you don't have anything to say now, you got to
No
wait till
council
September.
meetings until September 3rd, unless something really bad happens, and then we'll call you.
Right, well, that's under your purview to make sure it doesn't happen.
We'll say goodnight to Councilor Boop and Councilor Burdick. Safe travels
Yes,
to
wherever
the
they
two
may
of you.
be.
We're glad you're here. And with that, we're adjourned.
Once again, inefficient work.